Oke, ini panitia semua ya. Oke, all jangan ada yang admit kecuali operator ya. Jadi harusnya publik jangan masuk dulu. Oke?
Siap, Mas.
Mungkin Hafiz atau Karis bisa sambil email ke peserta ya. Format namanya masih banyak yang nggak sesuai itu di list. Sambil email ulang mungkin.
Hafiz lagi presentasi, Mbak. Maaf, lagi kelas juga Hafiz.
Semua ini kita mau admit publik. Jadi mohon teman-teman persiapkan kok noise ya. Cek cek. Cek, aku ngomong. Cek. Cek.
Oh iya, Malik boleh minta tolong JBI-nya dimasukin soalnya mau coba atas nama Arum sama Mufti.
Udah aku accept.
Oke, makasih.
Yuk.
teman-teman panitia, katanya Mas Malik boleh di-admit semua karena kita akan memulai acaranya.
Hey, let's get to the point. You may want to know a little bit about us. Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Airlangga. And Caca will start.
We are here. Yep, Surabaya, as the second biggest city in Indonesia, it's a very nice city and an easy access to go anywhere. So, pack your bag.
Growing since 1977, now we have 13 programs for you to pick. For undergraduate program, you can choose among public administrations, anthropology, sociology, international relations studies, communication studies, political studies, or information and library studies.
Or maybe you've got your bachelor degree and you want to learn more. For that, we offer you 5 postgraduates on international relations, media and communications, public policy, politics, and sociology.
And if that's not enough, our doctorate program on social sciences is ready to accept you.
That's right.
Our lecturers are great. 56 of them are master, 39 of them are doctors, and 13 of them are excellent professors. And all of them are ready to assist you at any turn of your study, inside our 21 classroom or even outside the campus.
And not only that, our facilities are designed to support your learning process. They are up-to-date library, ethnography museum, mini theater, computer lab, radio lab, and all kinds of social and political lab just for you.
We are here with tons of achievement and hundreds of partnerships in national and international level, selecting more than 13,000 applicants each year, and one of them could be you.
But then you wonder, what could I become after all of them? Well, let me tell you, chances are in the air. Ranging from researchers, writers, scholars, journalists, lecturers, diplomats, and more.
One of our alumni had been a minister.
Oh, and a governor.
Yeah, all of that, all the good jobs.
So, what are you waiting for? Join us, study hard, and be part of more than 20,000 alumni that are making changes, making the world a lot better place.
next year. Our legacy is not a short story. It started long before we gained our name, stretches back more than 100 years ago. We continue what has been started, teaching our early students at Nederland Indisch Artsen School, when we were teaching our doctors. Our legendary doctors that will take part in shaping the future of our country. Time changes, but not with our faith. It was a critical moment for our country and for us. We believe on what we were fighting for. We believe that freedom is a right of all nations. And before long after our independence, we gained our name.
Menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia. Hal-hal yang mengenai pemindahan kekuasaan dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara
We spread our wing and we spread it wide, establishing more faculties, teaching new students new sciences. And before everyone noticed, we are sending more graduates into the world. We embrace students from all around the world, and we have fun with all of them. We marched on, giving hope, knowledge, and happiness. Up until now, with 15 faculties teaching more than 35,000 students each year, we'll keep doing what we always do for generations to come. Collaborating with hundreds of universities from every corner of the world, and with thousands of our alumni spreading excellence across the globe, we are ready to march with the rest of the world, cultivating the brightest future of all.
The Excellency distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning and a warm welcome to the International Conference on Contemporary Social and Political Affairs, ICoCSPA 2020. With the theme Social Science Contribution in Pandemic Handling, held by Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Airlangga, Thursday, 22nd of October 2020. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Agita Nur Fazria, and I will be the Master of Ceremony in this event. I wish everyone who are present today to stay healthy amidst the global pandemic, and thank you for participating the event this morning. The Honorable Mr. Irfan Wahyudi, PhD, Vice Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Airlangga. Honorary Professor of the School of Business, University of New South Wales, Canberra at the Australia Defence Force Academy, Australia. Professor Mark Turner. Professor at Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Airlangga, Indonesia. Professor Mirtati Diah Artaria. Dean of Faculty of Administrative Science and Policy Studies, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Associate Professor Abdul Jalil bin Muhammad Ali. ICoCSPA is an annual international conference on social and political issues arranged by the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Airlangga. This year's ICoCSPA, Contribution in Pandemic Handling, is brought as the main topic discussion. This year's ICoCSPA, which are attended by 200 participants, carries 5 sub-themes, namely civic participation in the times of crisis, infodemic and disinformation inundation, cultural shift and redefining normality, politics of leadership and public trust, as well as economic uncertainty and resurgence. This year also remarks the first ever conference that is organized virtually. To ensure the inclusivity of the conference, we will provide the sign language interpreters during the plenary sessions. First of all, please allow me to read today's full schedule as follows. Firstly, the event will begin with an opening remarks by the Vice Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Airlangga, and the conference chair, Mr. Agi Nugroho Sugiono. Second, we will begin the plenary session that consists of presentations from our wonderful speakers. It is also important to note that there will be a small change in the agenda in which there will be only 3 keynote speakers. One keynote speaker, Associate Professor Merlina Lim, unfortunately cannot be with us today due to the health situations. However, the committee will find an alternative to provide you with a separately plenary session that will be uploaded in our faculty's YouTube channel after the conference. After the plenary session, there will be a short briefing for the panel sessions before all the participants are sent into the breakout rooms. Finally, last but not least, the event will be closed by the closing remarks from the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Airlangga. Before we proceed to the first agenda, please allow me to explain a few rules of participants in order to make this conference enjoyable for everyone. First, please kindly mute your microphone during the event unless you are given an opportunity by the moderator. If a participant accidentally or deliberately turns on the microphone, we are obliged to turn it off. We encourage you to turn on the video camera during the conference. Kindly ensure that your username conforms to the specified the following format. For the presenter, the format is P_name_institutions. And for the non-presenting audience, the format is NP_name_institutions. It is important to also note that the whole session of this conference is recorded and broadcasted on YouTube. To make the session stay focused on the speaker and the interpreter, please kindly switch your display to the speaker view on your upper right corner of your Zoom window. Okay, so without any further ado, now please welcome the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Airlangga, who would like to give the opening speech. Mr. Irfan Wahyudi, PhD, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Agita. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi, everyone. Good morning as well to all of us. And I noticed that there were several participants who are coming from different countries. Good day, and I hope that you have a wonderful conference during this time. My name is Irfan Wahyudi, and I'm representing the Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences. In opening this remarkable event, the 6th International Conference on Contemporary Social and Political Affairs, or ICoCSPA, conducted online via Zoom on the 22nd of October 2020. ICoCSPA maintains a tradition of gathering together researchers, academics, policymakers, and professionals, practitioners, and experts who share an interest in contemporary social and political issues. The conference purposely held to facilitate the interaction and insightful discussion for undergrad and postgraduate students, academics, and professionals in a more structured setting to present and discuss the current and upcoming state of research. The participants' contribution have been remarkable and helped the conference to become outstanding in its field. The papers contributed to the most recent social and political affairs known in the field of communication, sociology, anthropology, laws, politics, etc. And also various emerging fields in a context of multidisciplinary approach. I would like to thank the keynote speakers who are present today. Professor Mark Turner from UNSW Canberra, Australia, Professor Mirtati Dia Artaria from Universitas Airlangga, Indonesia, and Professor Abdul Jalil Muhammad Ali from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, as well as Associate Professor Merlina Lim from Carleton University, Canada, who cannot be with us today due to her health condition. I'm sure that this conference will give utmost insights and also new experience and knowledge for us, and in return can give a good discussion to develop our society, especially in this pandemic era that we know it's uphold most of our activities, which usually ICoCSPA will be held offline, and people can visit Indonesia and go around Surabaya and enjoying the culinary as well. But right now, we have to stick to this online platform. But I hope that via this online platform, we can still learn together and share, especially our knowledge, and furthermore, develop our networks among scholars. Once again, I congratulate this event, and I hope that it will go smooth until the end of the day. Thanks again as well to the committee who are working extra hard on this, and I hope for the best. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Irfan Wahyudi, PhD, for this speech. It is now my big pleasure to invite the conference chair, Mr. Agi Nugroho Sugiono, who would also like to give the opening remark. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, may peace be upon us all. The Excellency Mr. Irfan Wahyudi, PhD, Vice Dean of FISIP UNER, the Honorable Keynote Speakers, Professor Mark Turner, Associate Professor Abdul Jalil bin Muhammad Ali, Professor Mirtati Dia Artaria, the Honorable Participants, Presenters, Colleagues, Students, ladies and gentlemen, Greetings from Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya, Indonesia. My name is Agi Nugroho Sugiono. It is my honor to be your conference chair for this year's ICoCSPA. Let me give you a brief introduction about our topics for this year's conference, which is social sciences contribution to pandemic handling. As you may notice, since the first outbreak in Wuhan 2019, SARS-CoV-2 has spread globally in more than 200 countries in a period less than a year. All outlets of information are replete with the disease-related knowledge that is provided by virologists, epidemiologists, microbiologists, natural and health scientists since then. However, social scientists grapple with the pandemics a bit later in the midst of the public discourse when it is followed with the confusion in formulating a policy addressing the unprecedented situation in face of cultural heterogeneity, ill-prepared health system for crisis, and diverse social behavior. Social science scholars realize that COVID-19 is a multifaceted crisis whose handling and recovery cannot be done by health experts and scientists alone. A coordinated and cross-discipline cooperation where anthropologists, sociologists, psychologists, and other social scientists is necessary in the scene because the challenges in the field are stark. A shock experienced by people who never undergo a phase of lockdown, flood of information with the absence of a reliable source, and expertise social welfare is also on the brink because the consequences of the virus hit those who are most vulnerable. In response to coronavirus pandemic, it is undoubtable that decisions and policies must be driven mainly by the findings from natural or health science studies, especially related medical treatment, health protocol, vaccination, and coronavirus cure. However, like I said again, social scientists cannot do it alone. So therefore, we as a social scientists should contribute also, and I believe our research findings are important to the pandemic handling. Those multidisciplinary approach that combines expertise in different fields is urgently needed, particularly for social scientists whose studies can provide insights on humanitarian context. Dealing with viruses means not only having to contain the disease, but also managing efforts which consider humans at the very core of the policy. Multidimensionality offered by social science is critical to ensure every policy response doesn't fall into an act of dehumanizing people. Inputs from this academic forum, such as ICoCSPA, are essential for monitoring and evaluation. Those recommendations for policies and strategic measures could be made based on rigorous research supported by the combinations of multidisciplinary perspective. Prior to that, today's conference will be divided into 5 subtopics. The first one is civic participation in the times of crisis. The second topic is infodemic and disinformation in the nation. Third, cultural shift and redefining normality. Fourth, politics of leadership and public trust. And lastly, economic uncertainty and resurgence. We hope that the 6th edition of our International Conference on Contemporary Social and Political Affairs will be a good opportunity to exchange and transfer ideas, strengthen networks, as well as deliver empowerment among academics, professionals, and relevant stakeholders. By disseminating studies from fellow participants, we also hope to be able to encourage social scientists in delivering more contribution in this challenging and unprecedented time. I hope you all can enjoy the conference, and we are looking forward to hearing your research. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agi Nugroho Sugiono, for the opening remarks. Before we proceed to the plenary session, please let me share the profile of our moderator today, Mr. Igak Satria Wibawa, PhD. He is a lecturer at Communication Department of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Airlangga, and just got his doctoral degree of philosophy in 2019 at Curtin University in Media, Creative Arts, and Social Inquiry. Mr. Igak Satria, who is quite active in publishing his journals, also frequently gets awards. One of them is the International Visitor Leaderships Programs for the Academic Mobility in Film Studies, U.S. State Department. Here I invite our moderator today, Mr. Igak Satria Wibawa, PhD, to begin the plenary session. Stage is yours.
Thank you, Agita. technical check. Can you all hear my voice loud and clear? Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. I'm very pleased to be able to welcome those of you that have been with us for a long time, especially all my colleagues in Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Erlangga, as well as colleagues from many universities who are new to these conferences, and also our great speakers for this morning event. Yes, my name is Satria Bawa, but most of you call me by my traditional name, Iga Satria Bawa. So feel free to just choose Iga or Satria. But anyway, we're not here to discuss my name anyway. We'll discuss more important issues with important scholars who are already in this virtual room with us. Today marks our sixth year International Conference on Contemporary Social and Political Affairs, with the main theme is Social Sciences Contribution to Handling the Pandemic. This is great and this is huge issues, especially when we are in this uncertain time. Now we have second waves in many countries, Germany, Netherlands, United Kingdom, and still also in some Asian countries still, we never know will be the end of this pandemic. Anyway, I would like to introduce three our great speakers who will deliver their thoughts, share their ideas, and discuss this important issue with us. The first, just like I mentioned before, we suppose we will have Associate Professor Myrna Lim from, she is a Canada Research Chair in Digital Media and Global Media. But unfortunately, due to health issues, she cannot be with us in this occasion. And as the committee say, the committee was still arranging another virtual presentation after this event. So let's cross the finger and pray for her health. The first speaker will be Professor Mirtati Diah Artaria. She is a professor of Faculty of Social and Political Science, University of Erlangga. Her work focused on physical anthropology. Some of her writing, which have been published, among others, are Morphology Tubuh Orang Indonesia, and also in 2011 she shared her knowledge of anthropology in Encyclopedia of Asian American. She is the former Vice Dean 3 of our faculty anyway, and also she has attended many trainings on the science of physical anthropology. That's our first speaker. And the second speakers will be Associate Professor Dr. Abdul Jalil bin Muhammad Ali. He is a professor at Faculty of Administrative Science, Policy Studies, University of Technology Mara, Malaysia. Professor Jalil also Dean of the Faculty of Administrative Science and Policy Studies. His research mostly focused on transparency in the Malaysian public sector and governance sector in Malaysia. And the third speaker will be Professor Mark Turner. Professor Turner is an honorary professor in the School of Business at University of New South Wales, Canberra, Australia. And also he is our adjunct professor at the Department of Public Administration, University of Erlangga. He was a formerly professor of development policy and management and head of the School of Government and Policy at the University of Canberra from 2006 and 2014. Good morning, our speakers, and thank you for coming and join your knowledge and share your ideas with us. We're very grateful to have you. However, one more thing, housekeeping. All participants, all attendants in this conference, please mute your microphone during speaker presentation, and we really appreciate if you are on camera during this plenary session. Each speaker will have 30 until 40 minutes to deliver the material. If you have any questions related with the speaker presentation, please hold it until question and answer session. which you can ask your question directly. So I don't want to take too much of our time. I would like to welcome Professor Mirtati Diah Arteria to deliver her presentations. The virtual room is yours, Professor. Please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iga. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the Dean of Physics, Dr. Falis Suaidi. Thank you to Vice Dean 1, Professor Bagong, Dr. Ika, PhD, as Vice Dean 2, and of course, Vice Dean 3, Dr. Irfan Wahyudi. And also thank you to the committees, Agi Sugiono, thanks so much. And also, I would like to welcome our other keynote speakers, Professor Mark Turner and Professor Abdul Jalil bin Muhammad Ali. And also the presenters here who are already here this morning, and also our distinguished guests. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. This morning, I would like to share this anthropological perspective of pandemic. We know that it's been like months. We have this COVID-19 pandemics, and it affecting so many aspects in our life. So what happened to the species Homo sapiens when there is a pandemic? Human species, like any other species, adapt to the changing environment. And then the question is, will we succeed to overcome this? Will we be survive? Well, it depends. Let us see other species evolved. They're clever ways to protect themselves from catching illness long before we developed treatments. So what do? Other species like, ants and others, they also face similar threats. When a colony member dies, surviving ants go out of their way to remove the lifeless body from the colony. Biologists have long thought that corpse removal was a behavior that evolved to keep the colony healthy. So they know how to survive. So that's why they're still here as a species. Animals still automatically groom themselves despite the fact that they were free from parasites. In other words, grooming evolved as a kind of precautionary preventive measure rather than as an immediate reflexive response to skin irritation. Big cats licking themselves to primates picking the parasites from their skin may have evolved in a similar way. Now that we enjoy those human protective measures, we may ironically be making ourselves too clean. I'm sure Indonesian women are familiar with this picture on the right-hand side. So this behavior, we could be wiping out beneficial symbiotic microorganisms along with the harmful parasites. So what happened to the species of Homo sapiens when there is pandemic? Diseases have probably existed since soon after the first life evolved. Humans can contract communicable diseases from bacteria, fungi, worms, common fecal-orally transmitted diseases caused by bacteria, including cholera. Right now, we have the virus. We call it COVID-19. It is the family of viruses called Coronaviridae. This pandemic is impacting all parts of human society. So what changes have been taking place and will be ahead of us? So let us see, the whole world is being impacted by this pandemic. What is pandemic? It is defined as an epidemic occurring worldwide or over a very wide area, crossing international boundaries, and usually affecting a large number of people. We've been sad by our family and friends who died. suddenly, and it's very, very sad. So, is it difficult to overcome a pandemic? Unfortunately, yes, because usually it involves change of behavior, and it is not easy to make people change their behavior, while actually we are relying on that changing of behavior. Why is it difficult to change? Because it involves complicated and complex. Well, the person have to break out the habit and fostering a new one, which is possibly unfamiliar set of actions. And this process takes time. So we are like competing with the with COVID-19 that is taking so much life already. Behavior is the way in which one acts or conducts oneself, especially toward others. And then we also have bad habits. It is possible to deprogram them. Our brains work on trigger and reward basis. So this settled or regular tendency or practice, we have to give up some of them. So why we need to change behavior and habits to end this pandemic? For example, lockdowns, social or physical distancing, they measured introduced around the world to try and curb the COVID-19 and reshaping lives, legislating activities that were once everyday freedoms and creating new social norms. But there are always some people who don't play by rules. Rule breaking is not a new phenomenon. It may be influenced by cultural, demographic, and psychological factors. What factors? For example, trust and fear. These and other instincts are significant influences on human behavior. And then political affiliations. It happens in many countries, including Indonesia. In societies with more political division, for example, people are less likely to trust advice from one side or the other. Culture. If you say, for example, that wearing a mask will help protect others, people in individualistic cultures may just care less. Well, of course, it varies among families and their moral values. So why is social distancing difficult? We are social animals. So we like to hang around with friends, having coffee. Right now, we cannot do it freely anymore. And then also freedom of individual expression. It's a key factor. Individualism versus collectivism. Some countries tend to be high on individualism, which is about expressing your sense of identity and who you are as an individual. The effects of pandemic can cause sudden widespread morbidity and mortality, as well as social, political, and economic disruption. It is estimated that the pandemic can lead this year to an additional 42 to 66 million children who live in extreme poverty. What other effects does it have to the population? So first of all, let us see some of the pandemics happened in the human history. These are the timeline. You see, a long time ago, 250 AD, we also had the history where there was Cyprian plague, and then 541 AD at the 11th century, and then the famous Black Death, and many others, including the flu kinds, like in 1889, Russian flu, and then the Spanish flu, Asian flu, and then 219, the COVID-19. This is what happened, some of them. In 250, the Cyprian plague. It is named after the first known victim, a Christian bishop. The plague entailed diarrhea, vomiting, ulcers, fever, and gangrenous hands and feet. The Black Death. This is so well known. Entering through Sicily in 1347, it spread through Europe, and then dead bodies became so prevalent that many remained rotting on the ground. You can imagine how devastated at that time. And then England and France, so incapacitated by the plague that the country called a truce to their war. So it affects so many aspects in human society at that time. And then the first cholera pandemic, it was originated in Russia. 1 million people died, spreading through feces, infected water and food. And the bacterium was passed along the British soldiers, brought to India, and then millions of people died. And then it reached the British Empire, and its navy spread to Spain, Africa, Indonesia, China, Japan, Italy, Germany, and America. So many people died at that time. The Russian flu. The first significant flu pandemic started in Siberia and Kazakhstan, traveled to Moscow, and then to Finland, Poland, so and then moved to the rest of Europe. By the following year, it had crossed the ocean into North America and Africa. And then 1918, Spanish flu resulted in 50 million deaths worldwide. The 1918 flu was first observed in Europe and then to United States, parts of Asia, before swiftly spreading around the world. The flu threat disappeared in summer of 1919, when most of the infected had either developed immunities or died. And then 1957, the Asian flu, starting in Hong Kong, and then spreading through China and then United States, became widespread to England. 14,000 people died there. Second wave followed in early 1958. So it's more than 1 year. It could be 2 years to handle those kind of pandemic, and then slowly decreasing perhaps for 5 years. It's always like that. So we have to be prepared that it's not going to end very soon. In 1981, HIV or AIDS, first identified in 1981, it's destroyed a person's immune system, resulting in eventual death by diseases that the body would usually can fight off. Treatments have been developed to slow the progress of the disease, but since its discovery, a cure is yet to be found. It's not very easy to fight virus. It's still very powerful to take the life of human being. The 2003 SARS. In 2003, after several months of cases, severe acute respiratory syndrome or SARS, believed to have possibly started with bats, spreading to cats, and then to humans in China, followed 26 other countries. It is characterized by respiratory problems, dry cough, fever, headache, body aches, and is spread through respiratory droplets from coughs and sneezes. So you can see most people wear masks to avoid spreading the droplets. And then the 2019 COVID-19, WHO announced that the COVID-19 virus was officially a pandemic after through 114 countries in 3 months. It is caused by the virus, a new strain that has not been previously found in people, The symptoms include respiratory problems, fever, cough, and can lead to pneumonia and death. So it's spread through droplets from sneezes. The virus spread beyond Chinese border, and by mid-March, it has spread globally to more than 163 countries. What other effect does COVID-19 pandemic have to the population? Sickness in some numbers of individuals, members of population, death of some of those who cannot survive. Those who survived, some learned the lesson, some repeat it. Maybe they can survive again, maybe not. So the remaining of the population, those who survive, not infected to the suitable behavior, how they adapt, or infected but survive. So we already have great loss of people who died, the public service, people who face many during their work days, and also the healthcare people whom otherwise could give longer great contribution to the society. What changes has happened? People in many Asian countries prefer to wear face masks. Has the coronavirus pandemic changed people's behavior? There were significant changes in the way of some people led their lives right now. They're keeping their distance, washing hands frequently, or using hand sanitizer, avoiding physical contact with people they know or with strangers, wearing face masks, avoiding going outside when not necessary, including preferring work from home or school from home. But it's not easy. Why is it not easy? Because humans are social beings. How do you overcome months of not socializing? It is very difficult. I'm sure Dr. Iga is having difficulties to do that, right, Dr. Iga? So we have reunion. That's why the Department of Communication right now having so many webinars, right? Because we have to, interact with other people. We used to have reunions with high school friends, college friends. Now we cannot meet them, so the reunion is now using a video conference, right? Wearing masks, not many are used to it. You cannot show your beautiful smile, your pretty face. So what to do about this? You see, many people do selfies and post them in social media. That's how to, to overcome this, because, well, I have to show my beautiful face. What do I do? But many people are used to washing hands and not touching face. We have to get rid of that behavior, because it's so easy touching your own face, not others people's face. How do you keep remembering to do this and being careful? Those who are meticulous and careful are better in this. How do people deal with these changes again? Not many people like to do online meetings. I know that many of our lecturers in Erlangga University are not used to doing this last year. It's so difficult to make them do online lectures, but right now everyone has to do it. And working with soft copy files, barcode signatures, grading papers online, correcting manuscript online, I do that too. Last year, many refused to do those, but now many have to learn and know how to do them and deal with the difficulties. Many people like physical contacts, shake hands, hugs, cheek kisses, or even touch of assurance. They like to touch people, and now we cannot do that easily. They have to change that behavior. Of course, there is psychological effects. We know that from research that's been done about the positive effects of touch. Now, how do we deal with this? When someone not wearing mask right now, or not wearing it correctly, some view them as those are careless people, rebellious people. And vice versa, when someone is wearing mask, some view them as, oh, are you too afraid so that you're wearing mask? You have too much to worry.
Or some people say, death is in God's hand, why do you worry too much? So it's happening in our society now. When people work from home, some others say, if I don't go out to work, my family will die. I have to go out and work. Vice versa, when people go out to work, some others say, why can't you stay at home and wait until the pandemic is over? So wearing a mask is not only the rule in public places now, but also already a fashion, which is very amusing for me as an anthropologist. What kind of adaptation? The kind of people who adapt well to the situation, they have certain kind of characteristics so that they can adapt. It's part of the DNA, and then also they learn. And then the change of behavior will change the culture. Some of the changes right now will be permanent, some others are not. So we will see it in 2 to 5 years ahead. So reinforcing values that contribute to the survival of the society and the people and species, of course, such as wearing a mask as a way of caring for others more than caring for him or herself. To stop the disease from spreading, people need to think about others. Being cooperative is one of the keys to overcome the problems together, to stop the pandemic and to overcome other threats that we currently face humankind, like climate change, pollution, deforestation, species extinction, and so on. Thank you for the time. So yes, I will give back the time to Dr. Iga. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Professor Mirta. This is interesting conversation, interesting theme, and you remind me that we are all social animals, quote unquote. We're still animals anyway, because we have instinct to survive. We have to fight anything in front of us to just facing this pandemic. And you state that, Professor Mirta stated that we changed a lot. We changed our habit, even though maybe we changed our culture eventually. And it's a, I'm not sure it's a great change or a worse change. I don't know, but we never know when we finish and when we'll be like many people say about the new normal. This is the new normal, or just this is our normal. Yeah, this is a big question. And also, Professor, you remind me every time in the morning my kids doing the school online, the habit they say is always putus miss is problem with the connection. It's become the new normal for the student, especially in Indonesia. I know in Australia or in Malaysia. But yeah, Professor Mirta also remind us that we will open our truly face as a human. We will see, maybe I will say conflicts, maybe we'll say how we see our friend, how we see, maybe in this case, our leaders. So for the next speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Abu Jalil bin Muhammad Ali. Good morning, Professor Abu Jalil. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, Professor Jalil will discuss an interesting ideas, jump in from the social animal, just like Professor Mirta stated before. Now, Professor Jalil will discuss about politics of leadership and public trust, how we can see our leader now and how we can see our public trust during the pandemics. The virtual room is yours, Professor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all. Thank you to our moderator, Dr. Satria Wibawa, okay, and Dr. Irfan Wahyudi, and our honorable great speakers, Professor Mirtati, Artaria, and Professor Mark Turner, and to all the participants of this conference. Before I proceed, can you all see my slides?
Yes,
Professor.
Yes, we can see it, Professor.
Okay, I'll just put it on slide show. Just hold on. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to be one of the keynote speakers, and I'm very humbled by the invitation to attend this conference. Well, we have been working very closely with UNE, right? And I think we are close to signing an MOA for a dual degree with UNE. So thank you, UNE and the organizers, and for inviting me. Well, I'll be basically talking on politics of leadership and public trust. So when you talk about political leadership, if you look at many of the surveys done, normally the profession of politician will be right at the bottom when you talk about public trust, right at the bottom or maybe somewhere at the bottom. Okay, so that's how much they trust political leaders. But then you look at countries like New Zealand. Okay, the latest in New Zealand, as you know, that they have already declared themselves as COVID-free. Okay, COVID-free, and they're going by the doing as they normally do. And what's interesting here is when you talk about public trust, normally, even though people don't trust politicians, like I was saying just now, but what happened in New Zealand is something different, whereby the Prime Minister won by a big majority. In many years, they usually have to have a coalition partner to set up a government, but now they do not have to have a coalition partner. So they won by a big majority. So the Prime Minister is taking her time in selecting other coalition partners. Well, I'll go back to what I want to discuss today. It's basically because of leadership, political leadership and public trust. But I will be, how I would like to begin is, number one, I would like to talk about, for a few minutes, I would like to talk about the COVID condition in Malaysia. And then I would like to talk about the political scenario in Malaysia. It's very interesting, and it's very much interrelated to public trust and what's happening in Malaysia at the moment. But of course, nothing can be spoken about political leadership if we don't talk about Donald Trump. Right? He has been very, I don't know how to explain him, colorful, comedian. I really don't know. Right. Okay. Let me proceed. So can you all hear me clearly? Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay. So like I said just now, I'd like to talk about the Malaysian experience first, and then talk about the political scenarios. And when I'm talking, please pay attention to the dates that I'm mentioning, because the dates are very, very crucial to what I would like to say today. Okay, so look at the dates. Okay, the first case which was confirmed in Malaysia was on the 25th of January this year. Okay, by people coming from China to arriving in Malaysia through Singapore. Okay, that was the first case. And then we had a few more cases, and then there was a period whereby we did not have any case. So we thought we were COVID-free. But then it started again in March. Okay, and the largest cluster, the Tabligh cluster, there was a religious gathering in Sri Petaling, Kuala Lumpur, and that led to a massive spike in local cases. There were local cases earlier, so it was increasing. That was considered the second wave, right? And this happened, and it was throughout. And then in March 16, okay, now please look at the dates. In March 16, a nationwide movement control order intended to mitigate the spread of virus through social distancing, washing of hands, using face masks was imposed till 28 April 2020. And then a gradual easing of restrictions was implemented in stages, first with the announcement of a conditional movement control order, and then which allowed most businesses to open on 4th May under strict practice standards of practice. So most businesses were allowed to open. And then in 10th June, we had the recovery movement control order, okay, which was in place until recently. And then in some places, for example, from where I'm talking now, we have moved back to conditional movement control because there was a spike again. That was the third wave that I'm going to talk to you about later. So please look at dates. Originally slated to expire on the 31st August, the RMCO has been further extended to 31st December 2020, with selected sectors remaining closed and strict travel restrictions from multiple countries remaining in effect due to continued detection of imported cases. Okay. Earlier, in fact, somewhere in June, July, the cases that we had were single digit. Okay, we had single digit cases, local transmitted cases, and the bulk of it was imported cases, which we, of course, put them in hospitals and so on. But it became just one digit in Malaysia. Okay, periodic case spikes from subsequent clusters within the local community. Sometimes we do have this kind of spikes, but they were all contained in one area. For example, in the immigration enclaves, in detention centers, and so on. Okay, but then, okay, in September, okay, beginning of September, there was an outbreak in Sabah, and this is where it becomes very interesting. Okay, and now that outbreak in Sabah has also spread almost throughout Malaysia. Those coming back from Sabah who brought the virus, because some were detected negative, so they came in as normal, and then even though they had to be under home quarantine, some did not do it. Okay, and now the thing has spread throughout Malaysia. For example, in Selangor, where I'm staying, we have got our third wave, and which is quite bad. Okay, in fact, Selangor was considered a green state for quite some time after the second wave. While all this was going on, there were some political issues going on as well. That's why we come to political leadership and trust. Okay, when the pandemic started, there was a political issue in Malaysia. But let me just go back to 2018. We had our general election in 2018, and for the first time in history, the ruling party Barisan Nasional lost the election. Okay, and a new coalition team by the name of Pakatan Harapan took over the government, and Pakatan Harapan was agreed to let Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, I think all of you know him, right? He was formerly a prime minister for 24 years, and then he came back to power, okay, in 2018 as the prime minister, and he was the oldest prime minister in the world. Okay, I think at that time he was around 93, 94 years old, 92, 93 years old. And in there was this move, they called it the Sheraton move because it's held in the Sheraton Hotel. What happened was the opposition started, Dr. Mahathir's party started to move away from Pakatan Rakyat, and they were working with the former ruling party to set up a new government. Okay, and Dr. Mahathir was not happy with that move by his own party, and he resigned as the prime minister in 24th February. This was all going on during the pandemic. Okay, but Alhamdulillah, we had a very good king who made sure there was no general election. Okay, there was no general election, otherwise it would have been bad during the pandemic. So Alhamdulillah to the king, we have to be thankful to the Yang di-Pertuan Agong for not having an election. But then he found that the other party, the opposition, now had more seats in parliament than the ruling Pakatan Rakyat. So there's a change of government. And Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin became the prime minister. Thus, Pakatan Harapan was replaced by a new coalition known as Perikatan Nasional. This was all going on during the pandemic. So in 9th March 2020, the new cabinet was announced. So from 24th February to 9th March, there was a vacuum with no leadership. But Alhamdulillah, we had a very good Ministry of Health. So they managed to contain things. And then in 23rd September, okay, this is also during the pandemic, during the third wave, Dato Sri Anwar Ibrahim, leader of the opposition, Pakatan Harapan, that means they were the government, then they lost to Perikatan Nasional because there were some people from the ruling government who went and joined Perikatan Nasional. They jumped their party. Okay, they left the Pakatan Harapan and they joined Perikatan Nasional. That's how the change of government happened in February. So in 23rd March, now Anwar Ibrahim said that he claimed that there were now people supporting him from the ruling coalition, and now he said he has got the majority. Okay, he has met the king, but due to our CMCO now, so the king said he will handle the matter after the CMCO. So when all this was happening, there was another problem in Sabah, and this is why there was a spike in Sabah. What happened was the former chief minister of the state, now he said that he has got now the majority of the members of the state assembly supporting him. That means they have jumped from the ruling to the opposition. And the opposition at that time was supporting Perikatan Nasional, the ruling party, the ruling federal party, but this is the state assembly. So because of this tussle, the state assembly was dissolved in 30th July. Okay, and the state election was scheduled to be held on the 26th of September. Now look at the dates. This was during the pandemic. In a survey completed on August 10th, there was actually very little cases and things were running very smoothly. The Merdeka Center for Opinion Research found that 69% of the respondents were satisfied with Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin, even though he overthrew the ruling party during the pandemic. But the way he handled the pandemic, people were quite happy. Okay, and Alhamdulillah, we were listening to our health ministry. Okay, so we were listening to them, therefore we were working together with the health ministry, and the second wave was brought down to single digit at one time. So if we look at the 10th August, there were only 11 new cases in Malaysia. Not 5 of them were imported. Therefore, it was only 6 local cases. And the accumulated cases from the day one was only 9,094 cases, and the death toll was at 125. And during this period, there were no new cases in Sabah. The accumulated case was only 410. And then this is when you can see the spike. It's at 20th of October, 2 days ago. Okay, this was the figure now. In one day now, there was 860 2 cases nationwide a day, which is a kind of record in Malaysia. Even during the second wave, we did not have this many. And the death toll, therefore the accumulated cases from 9,000 in 10th August, now it is 22,225. The death toll is now 193. And in Sabah, 10th August, no cases. Now on the 20th of October, they had 673 cases in Sabah alone. And statement from the MOH director, Ministry of Health, he said the third wave, now he was talking about Selangor, because what happened was people from, during the, like I mentioned just now, the State Assembly was dissolved, and then we had the 26th December election. So before the election, there was a lot of movement, okay, between Peninsula Malaysia and Sabah. Politicians were moving up and down, and there was a lot of people who were working in Selangor. Selangor is the most developed state, so there are people from all over Malaysia working in Selangor. So what happened was, people from Sabah went back to Sabah to vote during this period. And during this period, the pandemic was getting bad in Sabah because of all this movement. And some say it's due to the election, because there were people moving, and then there was speeches by politicians and so on. Okay, this is the statement from the Ministry of Health Director General. The third wave of COVID-19 outbreak in Selangor started in late September following the return of travelers from Sabah, going for election, coming back, and also politicians moving to Sabah. And if you all are familiar with the demography of Malaysia, actually Sabah and Sarawak are in the Borneo Islands. So the only way you can travel to Sabah or Sarawak is by air. Okay, so people were traveling to and fro from Sabah. So the third wave of the COVID-19 outbreak in Selangor started in late September following the return of travelers from Sabah, which was already facing a large outbreak at that time. So the first reported case in Selangor was on the 28th of September 2020, which involved a family returning from Sabah. Then started to become apparent on 2nd October and has been consistently increasing to the day. Like I said, Selangor was the melting pot. And then after coming to Selangor, people having COVID, and then they start traveling all over Malaysia. And now, and also politicians going and coming from Sabah, and people traveling to Sabah for election and coming back from Sabah. So now it has spread throughout Malaysia. And Selangor is one of the affected states. Okay, so that is the thing in Malaysia. Why I said I wanted to bring this up is politics and COVID at the same time, right? And sometimes we feel that the politicians are more interested in playing politics rather than taking care of the people. Okay, because during that time was where there was a change of government during COVID. So are they interested in politics, or are they interested in the welfare of the people? And then we had a state assembly election, and now all hell has broke loose, and now we are trying to contain the spike. Tapi Alhamdulillah, I have to be fair to say that some of these numbers were actually from the detention centers. So those are not much of an issue because they only happen in the detention centers, and it can be well protected. Okay, now let me just talk about trust. If you look at the OECD, I'll go a little bit fast, but my slide is there. I think I'm taking a little bit of time here. So basically, only 45% of the citizens trusted their government in 2019. Okay, and one of the basic or one of the most important things when you talk about trust is integrity of the government. Okay, and trust is very important because only when people have trust in the government, then there will be some compromises that the people will be willing to do, okay, to respond to the public policy and contribute to the sustainable economic recovery of the country. Okay, during the all stages of COVID-19 pandemic, including containment, mitigation, recovery, trust in public institutions is vital for government's ability to respond and to secure citizen support. So Alhamdulillah, in Malaysia, we trusted the government during the second wave. That is why it was contained. Okay, and this time I have to admit that there were also, the government also gave certain handouts and certain policies in order to help the people, the lower income group. So when you talk about public trust, this is how you gain the public trust, is by leveraging integrity for trust. Okay, so one of the things that you can do is you can capitalize on major events to strengthen and affirm integrity. So now COVID-19 is a major event. So how you deal with this major event, how do you contain this disease, okay, how do you support the people? If everything is done positively, you will have trust of the people. Okay? And also you must ensure senior officials lead by example. Okay, this is where there are some issues when some of these leaders themselves contracted COVID-19 during the election, the state election in Sabah. In fact, the newly elected chief minister himself became a victim of COVID-19, but Alhamdulillah, he has recovered. Okay, and there were also some deputy ministers and things like that. And there were some cases, some photos of politicians not following the SOP, especially in social distancing. A few photos came out, and some of them were fined 1,000 ringgit and so on. So that is not good, because as politicians, especially as selected representatives, you must lead by example. So there's no excuse for that. I hope my voice is clear, because at the back now there's some work going on which is quite noisy. So can you all still hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lorry outside there. I don't know what work he's doing, so it's quite noisy. But if you can hear, it's good. And then the third one talks about strengthening. Okay, I'll just go here. I'll talk about it. Okay, these two I've already talked about it. Strengthening local integrity system where trust is forged. So when we talk about public authorities, they have a higher direct contact with the citizens. So the local government and things like that, they must be responsible for providing a wide range of public services that should meet the expectation of the citizens in terms of accessibility, timeliness, and reliability. If these things are there, there will be public trust on the government and on political leaders. And then whatever you do, you must align the integrity values more closely with the means to defend public interest. So whatever we do, whatever is done by the government, it must be for public interest. Okay, when you talk about political leadership and how do you, what are the kinds of political leadership? There are not many research on this. Yeah, there is Thomas Hobbes. You can talk about Thomas Hobbes and all those things. But recently, I found a research by Benjamin Lecker, The findings concluded that 5 types of political leaders exist, okay, which are as follows: surgeon leaders, soldier leaders, accountant leaders, philosopher leaders, and architect leaders. Now, what are they? Okay, surgeon leaders, okay, they are, so hold on a minute, okay. Surgeon leaders, they are incredibly decisive and incisive, sometimes Machiavellian, and rule-breaking by nature. The focus on delivering short-term impact by quickly identify what's not working. Then they redirect attention and resources to problems most pressing because they don't prioritize things that aren't mission critical. So if you look at all those things about a surgeon leader, okay, they're often seen as ruthless disciplinarians. These leaders believe they are mandated to build performance shifts using their trusted blueprints and rule books, of which people must obey to the letter. In the short term, this strategy can work well, and performance typically improves significantly, usually within the first 2 years of their tenure, and then it slides down. A classic example of surgeon leader is, I guess, Donald Trump. Okay. So if you look at what his speeches recently, he said he doesn't trust scientists. Okay, and he doesn't trust on scientific experiments, and he still says that people do not have to wear masks, even though he had COVID-19. Okay, and he still has these massive rallies. In fact, some of his rallies had proven to increase COVID, but he still feels that what he's doing is the best. Okay, so he is one example, and then in Britain, if you look at Michael Gove, was another example of surgeon leaders, and then the second one are soldier leaders. Okay, soldier leaders, they like orders and efficiency, hate waste, and subscribe to the view that entities fail because they are fat, lazy, and frivolous. Okay, consequently, they are inclined to trim and tighten, focusing on bottom line with an insatiable tenacity and heavy duty focus on tasks. These leaders often cut staff, non-essential activities, automate processes, fixate on operational details. Finance typically improves during their tenure because they tighten the screws on people and processes, but this isn't sustainable over time because people and processes are suffocated. By the time they need to breathe again, the soldier leaders have moved to their next mission. So they don't stay in one place for too long. Okay. So again, soldier leaders are also a problem. Okay. Dick Cheney was one of the examples given of a soldier leader. So he came up with certain issues, and then just before it is done, he moved on to another mission because he felt that this mission was successful. And then we have got accountant leaders. Okay, these accountant leaders, they're keen to invest and grow. Focusing on top line, unlike soldier leaders, because they subscribe to the view that entities fail if they are small and weak. These leaders oppose austerity politics and are resourceful leaders who operate systematically, focusing on economic growth. So this is actually a little bit opposite to soldier leaders. As such, accountants are often described as creative financiers, are good with figures, and they are well trained, and people trust them at times. During their tenure, economic performance usually increases and continues to do so after their departure. Consequently, they are typically remembered more favorably than surgeons and soldiers, even if they do have faults worthy of impeachment. This was an example they gave of Bill Clinton. Okay, so he was a counter leader. So even though he had problems with the the Monica Lewinsky case, almost impeached, but then he has done so much that people have forgiven him. And then you have these philosopher leaders. So these people are passionate debaters and love to discuss the merits of alternative approaches, often guided by principles driven by dogma. Okay? These leaders can appear to marginalize those who are guided by different principles and somewhat elitist because of the way they think. Okay? Thus, philosophers can miss the viewpoints held by a wider population because they are elitist, and they believe in their approach. Okay, so supporters of philosophers are very excited when they begin their tenure. They believe a revolution will transpire, so much change is promised, but very little is delivered. When asked why philosophers will never accept faults, someone or something else should be blamed, even the electorate. So they will never blame their ideas. So excuse me, I need to take a gulp. Okay, so they believe in what they think and their ideology. Okay, so these are philosopher leaders. And finally, we have the architects. Okay, so they are the most long-termist of the five, focusing on redesigning and transforming to build long-term sustainable impact. I mean, they think about the long term. So subsequently, the tenure of architect leaders often produces steady performance, though less so than surgeon and soldier leaders. This is because architect leaders refuse to make quick wins because they think about the long term. This means the work of architect leader is often unappreciated in the moment, for it takes time for the fruits of their labor to blossom, and there is unfortunate reluctance within the society to recognize genius in its own time. So surgeon leaders are much better. Okay? So architect leaders, because sometimes people are not patient. Okay, people want quick gains. The architect leaders, they think about the long-term effect, okay, not the quick gains. So sometimes people don't know the impact of architect leaders. Okay, so some of these examples of architect leaders were given people like Abraham Lincoln. Okay, so these are architect leaders who think long term. Okay, and also to a certain extent people like Nelson Mandela. Okay, he was in prison for such a long time, but then changes were made. Okay, these are some of the types of political leadership that we have in countries. So now let's look at leadership during a crisis. Okay, psychologist research points to several ways that we can use to improve communication skills to maximize trust and minimize stress and anxiety. Because during a COVID case, things are very, very uncertain and things change very fast. Okay, so you need to have a strong, calm, trustworthy leadership during a crisis. Okay, even if you look at even as a lecturers, okay, when the crisis occurred in March, we had to close down the university, but then we went online. So that was a change that we needed to do. Okay, even though some of us were struggling to do it, but then Alhamdulillah, we managed to do it. Okay, so during these times, what we need is we need to manage stress. Okay, how do we manage stress of the people? Everybody's under stress. Okay, and another important thing is you have to share information with empathy and optimism. You must understand people's anxiety. Okay, and you have to empathize with them. At the same time, you have to give them some kind of belief, optimism that things will get better in the future. If 1, 2, 3, 4 is that. And you have to use credibility to build that trust. I mean, people must believe that you are a credible person. So Alhamdulillah, in Malaysia, the Prime Minister was listening to the Ministry of Health. And the Director General of Health, every day he will come out in TV and he will explain how many cases, how many deaths, and so on. So when he comes and then he gives you that kind of honesty, people believe that he was honest, and then people saw the decline. Okay, and that's where trust was built. Okay, be honest and transparent. Like I said just now, provide regular communication. So in Malaysia, we had regular communication every day. Okay, he'll come up on TV, the Director General, and provide a forum for feedback. So we need to have feedback from the people, and usually during these media sessions, the media personnel will be allowed to ask questions. Okay? So that really helped. And another important thing that I mentioned earlier was politicians, leaders must be role models. Okay, must be role models. And we know some cases in Canada, for example, a minister actually resigned. And I'm mistaken, it's also in New Zealand, a minister resigned because he was caught not following the movement control orders. Okay, so they must be role models. And there was a problem in Malaysia during the crisis, especially during the state election. Okay, during the crisis, you can talk about, there are basically two extreme leadership styles. Okay, one is the example of Brazilian President and Donald Trump, okay, who are characterized as being secretive, narcissist, paranoid, hubristic, and impulsive decision making. Okay, and the other extreme is, for example, the New Zealand Prime Minister, okay, who follows science and controls the spread and does not allow fake news from the outset. Okay, and then a combination of transparency, prudency, empathy, timing, and courage has produced excellent results. Okay, especially now in New Zealand, and also to extend in Finland. Okay, two things that we learned from the varied responses to the coronavirus. Okay, this is the leadership during crisis. First, we must use it to find a roadmap. Okay, for how we can properly make the health and well-being of the state's population, okay, the most important thing of the government. The first thing is to identify is that health is not the absence of disease, but the status we each have when our ever-changing needs are optimally satisfied. That means you have to pay a lot of attention to health, not during a disease. It must be well planned ahead, not during or after. Second, given there is no accident that those leaders who have responded worse in this crisis have also been the main source of countless conspiracy theories and misinformation. We must learn to keep oligarchs away from political power, because oligarchs will always find opportunities to make money. Okay, so you have to keep them out of the equation. So these are the two things that we learned, okay, from the various responses to the coronavirus crisis from the world leaders. Okay, is my time up, Dr. Satria? Can I go on?
Yes, you still have maybe 5 or 6 minutes. That's fine, Professor.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. I think I will finish it in time. Okay, so what can leaders do to create and sustain trustworthiness? Well, this is something I put up together fast, right, from the various readings that I had and so on. Number one, prioritize people's health and safety. Okay, that is the most important thing. Following scientific evidences. Okay, because by following scientific evidences and findings is the best solution we have. Otherwise, we have got no other source of information about the virus. This is something new. Okay, so we have to rely on scientific evidences, and this is an example of New Zealand. They became coronavirus free. Okay, and another one is communicate. A leader's words and actions should follow that he or she is working diligently to protect and advance the well-being and security of their constituents. Good intentions matter. People are more likely to trust leaders whom they see as altruistic and committed. We must see that happening. Then only we trust. But then when leaders themselves are contracted that disease because they do not follow the SOP, then there is a problem. Okay, there is a problem. And number three, demonstrate competence. Because we have placed our trust on someone during the election. Okay, so we believe that person to be competent. So that person has to reassure us that he is competent. Okay, and his intention and his action is in line with our interests. And also the most important thing, he can deliver. Okay, my advice to ministers and leaders, if you cannot deliver, leave. There are many people out there who can take over your position. So you must demonstrate competence. So if you don't know, learn. So number one, another important thing is government support. Aids that are given during the crisis is very important, especially to those who are daily wage or whose income depends on time they spend working. Okay, or people who have got their own small stalls running, and that is the only income that they have. So these people need some aid during the crisis. Okay, you're not asking them to go out, but then how are they to survive if we don't give them some kind of aid? So aid is very important during a crisis, and this will create trust on the government. Okay, like I said, there's now 10th of August, 67% of the population was supporting Muhyiddin Yassin, even though during his time is when the change of government happened during the crisis. But people forgive and forget. But now, of course, because of what happened in Sabah and he allowed it to happen, now level of trust has gone down. Okay, you can see in the social media. Tapi Alhamdulillah, I'm very, very happy that we have a very good Yang di-Pertuan Agong, okay, who has managed to calm things down. And in fact, recently he came up with a statement asking people to be less political, especially leaders to be less political and pay more attention to the plight of the people, especially during the coronavirus. Okay, thank you to the Yang di-Pertuan Agong. So the other one is practice transparency. I've always mentioned this many times before. We regard leaders as more trustworthy when we feel and we know that they are and what values they hold dear. We are more comfortable, moreover, when we feel we can understand and predict their intention, their action. Okay, they basically know what they're going to do because they follow science and things like that. Thus, we expect leaders to be transparent about the procedures they use when reaching major decisions and about the consequences of those decisions. And number one, and I would advise leaders, do not underestimate the intelligence of the public. This is something sometimes leaders forget. Okay, do not underestimate the intelligence of the, and be vigilant. Okay, we expect our leaders to do the necessary due diligence on our behalf. That means they have to protect us, make sure what's happening and how are they to protect us. Because we are the ones who have given our trust to them during election. Okay, and then put solutions ahead of problems, communicate the solutions, and show that you are on top of the issue and show confidence. Okay, if you can do this, people will trust you. And another thing is look at the future. What is the new normal? Tell us what is going to happen. Right? Okay, we don't want the new normal, and then when things are back, it comes to square one. Look at the future. What is the new normal? Explain to people what is going to be the new normal. And reason studies have shown coronavirus is here to stay for at least another 2 years. Okay, so now we have to talk about these 2 years. What is going to happen? Okay, so how are these leaders going to create this trust that people have? So you have to look at the future. You have to let the people know this is where we are heading, like it or not. Like I said, do not underestimate the intelligence of the public. If you are sincere, if the public can see your sincerity, people will trust. So you have to explain what, look at the future, and what is the future has for us. Okay, and finally, again, please, to all politicians, be a good worker. Okay, with that, I thank all of you for listening to me. I hope I've given some insights, and I'm sure I've created more questions than answers. Right? Thank you, and to the organizers again, thank you, and I hope I have achieved what you have set out for me. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. What an insightful presentation. And I'm taking a note on what you has delivered is about how to leveraging in the integrity of trust. This is our big issues. And also when you said about categorizing the leadership, I'm trying to categorize my leaders now in Indonesia based on what you say. And also I think there's some important point, and the last closing statement you say, please don't underestimate public. Don't underestimate your own people, because we look on you, we look on our leaders, and we put our trust in our leader, and now we trust you, to do whatever you believe you can bring us to, out from this pandemic. And at first, in the beginning, Prof. Mita say the pandemic opened the true, animal face of human. And now Professor Jalil saying about the pandemic, saying the true face of the leaders. And this is the good time to hear what Professor Mark Turner observed from some leadership in the countries within the pandemic of COVID-19. Good afternoon, Professor Turner.
Thank you very much indeed. Greetings from Canberra, where it's well into the afternoon now. So I'm delighted to be with you, and thank you very much to the organizers and to all the participants for inviting me to present at this online conference. I must admit it's the first online conference that I think that I've ever been to. So it was a novel experience, but then this year, like one of the earlier speakers said, academics had to learn how to use all these online tools. So I've did a crash course in learning various ways of speaking to my students, lecturing, tutorials, and the lot. Okay, so what I want to talk about, and I'm going to overlap somewhat with with Professor Abdul Jalil on leadership. So you're going to, those who are listening are going to get a double whammy of leadership, some which overlaps, and also it overlaps a little bit in terms of pandemic, but not so much so with both. But hopefully I put a different perspective on this. And so what I'm going to do is basically use two examples. This is the core of what I'm going to say, is using two examples to look at really effectiveness of dealing with the pandemic. So what we might start with is in the introduction, is that crises occur all the time. We're always involved in crises. They're small crises. They could be a crisis of just your family. They can be large crises. Earlier this year, for instance, in where I live in Canberra, we were enveloped by the thickest smoke, thicker than you get from the fires in Indonesia. We had that. There's crises all the time. They're small crises, they're large crises, they're different nature, family crises, organizations collapse, forest fires, civil war, lots of things which are crises. Okay, but some crises cross borders, for example, climate change. And what this crisis of kind of coronavirus is one of those which crosses the border to become a global crisis with quite devastating effects on society and economy. And what I'll say is the first major point is that when we get crises, we look to leadership to guide us through. We seem to require to look to leadership. Okay, but just, I had in my paper that I submitted to the organizers a little bit on pandemics, but that's been covered by Professor Mirta Ataria. So all I'll say on the pandemics is that COVID-19 is not unprecedented. We've had, as we've seen, pandemics from back into ancient history, since the dawn of humankind, really. Or once humankind started getting together, living in towns, interacting with other communities. So, and Professor Mirta Ataria gave us a variety of examples of pandemics, but what I want to stress is they're fairly normal. They recur, and all the experts agree that coronavirus won't be the last panic we ever see. Last pandemic we ever see, there's going to be more. So we need to be prepared for this. Now, as I said just before, leadership and crises. Well, we have a paradox because people often blame leadership for crises, and then they see leadership as the solution. They say a crisis has occurred because there's been poor leadership. And then they turn around and say, or we all turn around and say, what we need is good, effective, strong, whatever the adjective is, leadership to get us out. So leadership gets us in there, and then leadership has to get us out. So we tend to look, and at times of crises, we look especially for leadership. We seem to have that psychological need for leadership in times of crises. And when we get to a crisis like coronavirus, we're moving out of our comfort zones. We like predictability. We like stability. We're not averse to change, but we don't like discontinuous, radical, sudden, major changes. That's something which we are very, very sort of, should we say, poor about. Okay, now, what we don't like as well is having a high level of uncertainty, because uncertainty brings stress. Professor Abdul Jalil mentioned this about stress. It stresses us out. our routines are gone. And to use a quote from actually from Karl Marx, it is, from the 19th century, when commenting on the rapid and disruptive changes of the Industrial Revolution, he said that all that is solid melts into air. That is, what we thought was normal is no longer normal. There is no real new normal. We're caught in this change which we don't understand and we can't control. Or what another 19th century social scientist who I'll use, Emil Durkheim, said, we're brought into a state of anomie. What happens to, anomie is what happens to people involved in dislocating change. And COVID-19 is dislocating change. It's on a major scale. It has precipitated rapid major changes in the way in which we live, in the way in which we interact. So we no longer know quite what to do or quite what to think in a state of anomie. We're in unfamiliar territory. We have anxieties, we have confusion, we have a diminished sense of control. And so it is in these conditions we crave for effective leadership. Okay, and I'm using the term here advisedly, effective leadership. Now, there's a huge literature on leadership. There is a large literature even on crisis leadership. Everybody knows about leadership, whether you're somebody in the street, somebody you're having coffee with, or whether it's an academic, everybody seems to know about leadership. And there are innumerable models of leadership. So it's what we would call an essentially contested concept. There's not really agreement. There's so many models. There's a lot of competition. Okay, so what I want to do is say, right, there's no shortage of advice on what leadership we should have during crises and Corona. Just if you're interested, put it into, just Google it and see how many things you come up with. 4 sort of steps for leaders, 5 things leaders must do, 6 things about this. There's immense amount. Everybody's giving advice on what it should do. So what I'm going to do is take another perspective and say, okay, because we don't know whether the remedies work. We don't know whether these people are giving this advice, but what they're giving it based on. Okay, so what we'll do is look at a highly effective leader, one leader, and then look at how that leader has been effective so that we can learn lessons from it. Okay, so if we move to the next slide, if somebody can do that for me, we're going to have a look at Jacinda Ardern, Prime Minister of New Zealand, who in a number of publications has been described as giving a masterclass in crisis leadership. And I have the figures up there. The 13th of October, New Zealand had 1,972 cases. Actually, I looked this morning and the number has actually gone down. So some of the cases weren't even for real. They were imagined. But the death toll has been 25. Now, if you said this record of Jacinda Ardern and New Zealand, if you took that and said, if the same thing or the same things had happened in America, you should have 1,650 deaths instead of, I think it's 12, what is it? No, USA, 225,000 deaths. So that's what you would have had for the, and Indonesia, you can compare, you can easily compare this, just divide the population. What this is, it's a remarkable story. New Zealand, incidentally, has a population of approximately 5 million only. Now, what I want to do, and I'm going to borrow somebody else's, an excellent model developed by somebody else, and that is to look at what I would call good practice. Not best practice. I'll come on to why I don't think it's best practice, because I don't think there's such a thing as best practice which you can replicate everywhere, but I'll explain that later. This is good practice. And good practice provides you with lessons of what you might do. Okay, if I could have the next slide.
Oh, Professor, you are being mute. Could you please unmute? Yep.
Sorry, I've taken this from a recent article, bit of research by a New Zealand academic who specializes in leadership, and it is the best example of a model of leadership, effective leadership working in a time of coronavirus. Okay, so let's have a look at this model which has been created. Now, the first thing in the model at the top is you've got to say what you're trying to do. What's this leadership for? You don't just have leadership. You have leadership has to generally have a purpose. And so what is the leader trying to do? Well, that is foster a shared purpose. So amongst the followers. So foster a shared purpose. What is that shared purpose? And the shared purpose of Jacinda Ardern was right from the start, repeated many times, minimize harm to lives and livelihood. So there you have a clear objective, a clear shared purpose. Okay, so how do you get there? Well, what this model shows is that there are some key leadership practices that Jacinda Ardern utilized, which account for the success in dealing with coronavirus in New Zealand. Okay, they can be divided into there's three sort of clusters of these leadership behaviors, we'll call them, because that's what they essentially are, leadership behaviors. So the first one, and some of these have been stated already by Professor Jalil, but the first one, and I think an extremely important one, follow the science, be led by expertise. I mean, people are not experts for no reason. If you have people who've trained for years and then practiced for years in particular things, like we'll say viruses, pandemics, epidemiology, then they know something. They learn a lot of things that we don't as, members of the public. So there you can see, follow the science, use facts and evidence, listen to advice from relevant experts. And what I also would like you to think about when you see these clusters of leadership behavior is also to think, well, what about Donald Trump? What about Boris Johnson? What about here in Indonesia? And so think of other leaders and think, now, did they do these things? Were they engaged in good practice leadership? Okay, so the second one was mobilizing collective effort. This cluster, it's about unifying your citizens to work together, that everybody's pulling together to minimize harm to lives and livelihood. So you've got to get that collective effort. And again, this is a standard leadership thing, that a good leader gets collective effort. A poor leader doesn't get collective effort, gets dissension, gets foot dragging, gets all of these things. So how do you get collective effort? Well, again, inform and educate. Pull no punches. With that one, what that means is you tell the truth. If the news is bad and if you're going to do something, you tell exactly what you're going to do it and why. You don't try and sugarcoat any of this. Okay, make it sound better. No. Then convey direction, meaning empathy. Empathy is a word which comes up a lot in descriptions of effective leadership in this coronavirus. I've seen it applied to other leaders as well who have been affected. Unite people, address practicalities, avoid defensiveness, and solicit feedback. Feedback is important. Again, in all leadership practices, feedback is very important. The leader never knows everything. The leader often knows very little. So we need to solicit feedback. And finally, enable coping. That's coping with the challenges, coping with the enemy, coping with that we have got. So enable planning, build relevant knowledge and skills, enable sense making. This is one, the enable sense making, I'll just say something about that, because it's a term used a lot in recent years in the social sciences. It's about understanding particular situations. So it's enabling people to make sense of what is happening, what is happening with the virus, what is happening in the responses, why is that happening? So you enable people to make sense of it, and in doing that, you facilitate support for your actions. Enable kindness, which again is a bit like empathy, and also you might need to be a bit innovative, creative responses. This hasn't happened before. There's certain aspects of it which are different than any other crisis. So you're going to have to develop creative responses. Now, what all these leadership behaviors add up to is that they build trust in leadership. So Professor Jalil mentioned a lot about trust, and I'd like to sort of add a bit more to this business of trust. It's what the leadership behaviors do. So if we move to the next slide, please, on this. And unfortunately, trust is an elusive contrast. As the sort of renowned economist Oliver Williamson said back in the 1990s, it is a term with many meanings. And I've just put a few of the words which we associate with trust up there: confidence, truth, belief, sureness, credence, ability. All of these things, we all know what trust is. We all think it's important, but it's like leadership. Then ask people to define it, and they have one big difficulty in defining what it actually is. Easy to sort of know about it, not easy to actually define what it is. For those interested, incidentally, that photograph there is of an annual event in a town in Catalonia in Spain, where they build those human pyramids or towers each year at a big festival there. And the purpose of, I put that one in, was twofold actually. The purpose is, the first one is that you've got to have a lot of trust in your fellow tower builders there, enormous amount, especially if you're the person who's climbing up to stand on top, I would say. And secondly, the second point is that in normal years, I'd probably be there this time of year on holiday, but obviously not this year. Okay, I've put down, I've taken a sort of a very basic and, shall we say, fundamentalist approach to trust there, and saying it's an attitude which we have towards people whom we hope will be trustworthy. So first, it's an attitude we have as people towards somebody who we think will be trustworthy, and then that person acquires the characteristic of, or the property of, being trustworthy. And so trust in leadership is essential for building unity of purpose and action for fighting COVID-19. Absolutely essential, trust in leadership. And just to add to that, at the bottom there of the slide, surveys show that citizens look more positively at politicians who listen to advice from outside government for COVID-19 responses, have open and transparent communications, and demonstrate the capacity to work with others, in cooperation with others. Okay, so if we move on from that, we can move on to the next slide, please. And going beyond leadership. So far what we've done, or what I've done, is look at leadership, and in looking at leadership, what I have done is say, it's almost like I've taken just one, I've taken one variable. But when we think about it, leadership on its own, I don't think it's the answer to everything in responding to COVID-19. So, a few rhetorical questions there. Do we give top leadership too much causal importance? Yes, we do. We often give the top leadership too much causal importance. We tend to overlook other factors that have contributed to success in responses. I mean, one of them, when you think about it, and it's quite obvious, is the idea of distributed leadership. The one top leader can't do everything on their own. There must be other people in the system of dealing with COVID who are being effective, in a hospital, in whatever activity they are doing, which contributes to the overall effectiveness of the response. I won't go into distributed leadership today, but just to mention that. And so we can go to the second question: can you simply replicate Prime Minister Ardern's approach? And the answer to that is, well, no, you can't pick it up and directly copy it and put it down in Indonesia or the Philippines or Cambodia or wherever. No, that doesn't work because of what I've called contextual dependence. And contextual dependence is the fact that organizational environments are different as you move from country to country, and even around in large countries, different parts of the country. So you've got to be always very cautious on any policy, that a policy response or a leadership style from one place may not be appropriate elsewhere. And I think this is a central tenet, a central element of organizational theory, the importance of the environment in which you operate. Okay, so moving on to next. So like with taking an effective leader, I'm going to use an effective management case and look at other factors which were concerned. So if we move on to the next slide, please. I'm going to look at the case of Bhutan and the management of COVID-19 there. Why Bhutan? Well, it's been successful. Also, I've done a lot of research work in Bhutan for about 12 or 13 years now. And so I have a good knowledge of the country. Now, you might say, well, what relevance is Bhutan to a country like Indonesia with, 270 million people? Well, as I said, it's not directly comparable because it's very different. To start with, it's only got 750,000 people. It's landlocked. It's stuck up in the mountains. But what I want to illustrate here is good practice again, and how different elements go into a successful response to COVID-19, and that countries like Indonesia, like Malaysia, like anywhere else in Southeast Asia or Australia can learn from successful cases. It doesn't mean you replicate them. It means you can learn elements which have been given strength to the response and have proved to be effective. Okay, so First thing, I'll start with the one on the left. I'll start with leadership. Leadership in the Bhutan case, you have very good leadership. And I would point to what I would call a triumvirate, 3 people as a leading coalition. The first is the man on the far right, the Prime Minister. The second, I haven't put a photograph in of, is the Minister of Health. And the third is the King, who is the man at the very top. So the Prime Minister, the Minister of Health, and the King, they moved rapidly, well-informed decision-making, rapid decision-making, very much helped enable that sense-making to people, showed empathy, and followed science. I should note that the Prime Minister is a doctor and therefore is very much oriented to following science, and the Health Minister had a previous career in public health. So you had that. And the King, to amplify the message, is the most respected person in the country. So together, they were a formidable leadership team with many of the qualities and behaviors which you saw from Jacinda Ardern. Now, but there are other things. It's not just there. So let's have a look at management. And management is vitally important, because think about it. If you say, oh, we've got great leadership, but we've got, we'll say, a public service or a health department, a ministry, which doesn't work. Well, if the health ministry doesn't work, then you're going to have a great deal of problem with your response to a pandemic. Okay, so management, some aspects of the management in Bhutan. The speed of action, they're able to move quite fast. They had very high rates of testing, and information was clear, available to everybody all the time. Daily bulletins, simple, straightforward. Remember, it's not the amount of information that you communicate which is important. It is the accuracy and the consumability of it which is important. That you've got the main messages clearly, concisely, got it, okay, know what to do. So, and they were very quick to also there to announce, because of the adverse effects on the economy, which has happened everywhere, very adverse effects on the economy, they quickly moved to advance loans and to relief measures for the people affected. So they moved fast. Okay, preparedness. So they appear to have been prepared. Well, in what way were they prepared? Well, one way is they have a unified health system there. It is a sort of public health system. There's very, very little private medicine there. And so you've got a unified health system which is familiar and efficient in its workings and has supply chains and logistics which can get equipment, you know, these sort of masks or anything like this, to places quickly and efficiently and effectively because they know how to do it. Compare that to the United States, where all sorts of systems were in operation, dreadful in terms of that. Also, there was a national preparedness and response plan, which was put together, I think it was in January, it was put together. And by chance as well, they had in December the previous year, December 2019, they had actually simulated a coronavirus cases arriving at their one international airport. So they knew, they already were prepared to how they would deal with coronavirus cases arriving from abroad. And so you have that. So there's preparedness. And finally, community strength. you have various sort of elements of community strength demonstrated. And again, very important, that whole idea of pulling together comes to the fore. First of all, the King up there at the top. The King gave income support to about 23,000 deserving people. MPs showed that they were highly concerned. They all, members of parliament, all gave 1 month's worth of salary donated it for coronavirus work. Businesses, farmers donated either money or in kind for the coronavirus response. And the people you see at the bottom left there in the orange uniforms, they belong to an organization which is a voluntary organization set up by the King, the previous King, not the current King, about 15, 16 years ago. And they were set up with the explicit purpose of being available to serve when there was a crisis. And it has proved to be a very effective force, with members of this group, the Guardians of Peace, translates as coming from all walks of life, and again being respected, which I should also say that the public service, there is a high level of trust in the public service, the civil service in Bhutan, and there is a willingness to follow the orders or the instructions given by the public service as long as they are explained clearly. Okay, so one I should add on this. So you've got success in COVID-19 management in Bhutan, and there are lessons that we can learn from this, but also the downside is that it has had a severe economic effect, and large numbers of people out of work, also certain business activities suspended. So it has had quite a profound economic effect, which is going to be difficult to return from, and that goes for many countries that will have that that problem because of the sort of recession and loss of jobs. Okay, so finally, on to the last slide, and the lessons for success in combating COVID-19. So what have I drawn from my sort of more systematic look through all the information that we've been bombarded with in 2020? Well, the first thing is that effective leadership is important. So, effective, not that leadership is important, effective leadership is important. And that's what you want. And how is effective leadership obtained? Well, there are certain leadership behaviors which seem to be associated with success in dealing with COVID. So, and I showed you the example of Jacinda Ardern, but in other combinations might be more appropriate elsewhere. Now, second is there's no universal panacea for battling COVID-19. Different countries, different environments. Therefore, each country has to craft its response according to the environment which it is faced with, which policymakers, policy implementers are faced with. But you learn from others, and you learn from others from what you can identify as being good practice. That's the number 3. Good practice, you can learn from it. Again, not directly reproducing it, but learning how did this work, that work, how would we modify that, how would we do this here? Would this work here? Is this possible here? And the fourth and final one is a range of factors working in alignment are needed. not only the leadership at the top. So as I showed with Bhutan, it's not just the leader, it's not just effective leaders. To be effective, you've got to have other factors working with you and working for you, that you align, everybody is aligned and they're working towards the same objectives, and it's not only the leadership at the top. So that brings me to an end, and so just to say thank you and terima kasih to you all. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Prof. Turner. Thank you for the presentation. This is I was trying to outline your presentation. Is the most important is about how a good strategy in one place might not applicable in another place. It's really depend on the context of the country, of the places. This is the time for us to discuss on all the material that have been presented by the speakers. We will have more or less 1 hour to discuss the issues. Please, the participant, if you have any question, raise your hand. You know, the button of the raise hand in your right top, click the raise hand button, and then I will allow you to on speakers and ask your question directly. While waiting for the participant, there's one question coming to me, asking for the all speakers. How do we see humans or leaders after the pandemic? I mean, he said about the pandemic changed everything. Prof. Mirta saying about change the habit, change the way we interact, change the way we communicate, and Prof. Jalil stating about to see how good leadership during the pandemic, and also Prof. Turner stating about examples of or good practices of the leadership during the pandemics. But how about after the pandemic? Do we still use the good practices, or just we will back to the period before the pandemic? Do we see that this is as a temporary, or we can see this is as kind of sustainable, you know, human in the futures, or leadership in the futures? I will ask Prof. Mirta Artaria to answer the question first. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Iga. In my opinion, the world is changing because the only thing that is not changing is the change in itself, right? And I'm sure that the way people see their leaders will change too. But of course, it depends on the culture, each culture, how, and also the individuals in that culture. What I mean, right now, we still have those people who don't believe that this pandemic is happening, right? And they will see their leaders based on, for those who believe that the pandemic is happening, and they see that those deaths are caused by the virus, and then they will see the leaders based on the success, how they overcome this pandemic. And right now, some people, the way they see the other human is already changing, because I'm sure those who are suffering from this pandemic, for example, they believe that the death of the family or the friends caused by COVID-19, they will look at other human, whether they are being responsible person or not. And I'm sure right now, amongst the, for example, in Indonesia, amongst the leaders in kampungs, for example, they will try to make every individuals in the household to obey what they would like to do. For example, being responsible is wearing masks, keeping the distance, not being in crowd. This kind of behavior is more preferable. So the change is there. That's from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Mirta. We will still changing. We will still have a look at different kind of social interaction between human in the future.
Slowly.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Mirta. I have one question, but I will allow Professor Jalil to answer the first question first.
Yeah, thank you to our moderator. Well, I think I did mention in my talk earlier that leaders have to talk about the future, okay, about what's going to happen after the pandemic. Like I said just now, the pandemic is going to last probably another 2 years. So number one, we have to explain what's going to happen and how are we going to handle that issue, and also what to expect. We always talk about the new normal, but nobody actually explains what the new normal is all about. Okay, it's like a term that people like to use, right? But what is the new normal? Explain what is the new normal. Saying the new normal, everybody seems to be using it, but nobody seems to be explaining what the new normal is. Okay, so these are the things that you need to discuss, inform the people what is this new normal and why is it a new normal and why we need to follow this new normal. So that is something that leaders need to do, and also how to mitigate the problems that is occurring and will occur. If we are always talking about unemployment, right? So how are they going to solve this problem of unemployment? Everybody says it's going to skyrocket. In Malaysia, yes, it will happen. Okay, it is happening. Okay, so how are you going to solve this? Okay, there are thousands, hundreds of thousands of students coming out of the universities. How are you going to solve it when the economy is not? In fact, most of the economics, except for China, you see it's at the growth is negative. Except for China, the rest are all negative growth. So how are you going to handle this problem? You need to tell the people, okay, this is the problem. Like I said, do not underestimate the intelligence of people. Okay, if you explain, people will understand. But of course, some people, because of their difficulties, they may not understand or they may not want to understand. How do you handle these issues? It's very, very important that leaders think about them now, not when it happens, but now. Okay, get the people ready for the future. It may not be good, but that is what they will face, and how are you going to? So this is things that leaders need. Okay, like I said, I'm not talking about after the pandemic, because the pandemic may be here for the next 2 years. But what are you going to do in the immediate future? Okay, and also this thing that new normal that people always use. You have to explain what is it and why is it. Okay. Hope I've answered the question.
Thank you, Prof. Jalil. I'll give this the time and space to the Professor Turner.
Okay, thank you. Well, one thing is that after the pandemic, leadership will still be important. There's no doubt about that. But then you have to ask yourself, are the same behaviors that have brought success in battling the pandemic going to bring success in the time when the pandemic has subsided and we move on to whatever we move on to? I'm thinking, you see, if we remember historically, one of the people often sort of cited as one of the great leaders inspiring the people is Winston Churchill in the UK. And so wartime prime minister, crisis prime minister, yet after the end of the war, he was voted out of office. It wasn't thought that he had the requisite characteristics, behaviors, skills for rebuilding the economy, rebuilding the society. And that's what's going to be the big challenge for leadership post-pandemic, is rebuilding economies. How are you going to do that? Because you can't just assume that there will be a V-shaped recovery. That's it. That is, it's just going to, oh, no, now we've got no more pandemic. We just go back to business as usual. No, there isn't such a thing as business as usual anymore, because that's all in the past. And so what the task of leaders is going to be, and this is severely test them, is what direction do they give to the economy? What policies do they introduce? How successful are they in reducing joblessness, reducing poverty, things like this? And so they may have to go and consult with other behaviors or other models of leadership, such as, I mean, I would say adaptive leadership, full range leadership, gives you sort of options in which you can look at what you might do, but there's not going to be any V-shaped recovery. And you can read the IMF, the World Bank, and everybody else. And I mean, I've read it for Indonesia as well on that, and they won't be here in Australia. That is now pretty much widely appreciated. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turner. I have one participant raise a hand. Please, Shasha Shaifani, the virtual room is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Hello, my name is Sasha. I'm from Universitas Airlangga. I actually have a question for Prof. Mirta. So my question is, will the new normal change our life entirely even after the pandemic subsided? Or are we going to get back to the, well, let's say old normal, the life before the pandemic? How is the new behavior going to change our life in the future? Thank you, that's my question.
Thank you, Shasha. Prof. Mirta, space is yours.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Satria Wibawa. Okay, Sasha, thank you for your question. This is very interesting because many people ask the same question. Almost everyone would like to know, how is life after the pandemic? Is it going to be like it used to be? Are we going to enjoy our life like we used to have it last year? Okay, well, is this changing our culture? Is this changing our life? Definitely yes. That's my guess, my opinion. But how much will it change our life? Well, it depends, because we are still, let's see, still few months, yeah, only few months. This is only the first year. We haven't gotten into the second year yet, not the third year yet. It's going to happen like, it's not going to stop abruptly. It's going to stop slowly. Perhaps even in 5 years, maybe the virus is still there. But maybe the impact is not as much as the first or the second year. And then, like I said, how much will it change? It depends on how we overcome this. How much death, how much it will impact the life of our family, how much loss we have, for example. And then it's not going to be going back to old normals. Why I say that? Because I'm sure in 5 years, there will be more people being more careful. There will be more people who will adopt healthier and cleaner lifestyle. That's I'm sure. I'll give you an example, but this is not a pandemic. But there was a case in Papua. It's called kuru. It's not kuru in Javanese. In Javanese, kuru means skinny, right, Dr. Satria? But kuru in Papua is the kind of disease that impact. It's very deadly. It impacts the entire population because they have the practice of eating the brain of the deceased, and it is practiced by the women and the children, but the disease is not there right after the ceremony, but years after that. But once they know that the cause is that eating the brain of the deceased, then it will change. You see, we will learn from our experience, and that's what we are doing now with the COVID-19 too. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Arteria. I will ask Professor Turner and Professor Berjali also to put your perspective. I mean, this is quite similar with the previous question, but I would like to know if we learn from the leader and leadership at the moment, and then, well, when the pandemic is gone, how we will see them again, how we'll see them in that time. I mean, we should evaluate them now, but after the pandemic, what will we see from them? Do we should make them as a like either good model or bad model? So what do you think, Professor Turner? Maybe Professor Turner first.
Okay. Well, I have to get out my crystal ball to look into the future for that. But I think one of the things that people will, as I said, we look at leadership in so many different ways, through so many different lenses of this theory, that theory, another theory. One very common way in which we look at leadership is in terms of results. And I think that's going to happen a great deal once the pandemic starts to subside across the world, because people we won't call it the new normal or whatever, because people will be looking for improved economic results. They'll want jobs back. They want income. They want sort of back to some security. And they will look for results. And therefore, I strongly feel that it's in economic matters that they will look most to that. And leaders become vulnerable. Leaders who are successful in one venture may not be successful in another venture. Leadership is always, in my view, a learning process. I mean, leadership, policy development, all of these things, we always should be learning in these things. Once we stop learning, if we say, right, we're just going to do what we did before, well, that's nonsensical, because we're always social change. I mean, social and economic change. Even before, there was change before COVID. Sometimes one finds it difficult to get a perspective which is pre-COVID, but it's been changed since time immemorial, and change is always perceived as moving fast. I mean, there was a report coming just yesterday, I saw it, from the World Economic Forum, with a frightening number of jobs which were going to be automated by 2025. It was a colossal percentage. So it's not just sort of return to normal. There are other changes going on in the environments in which we live and work. And so it's going to be response, and it's going to have to be sort of rapid response, informed response to these things. And this is where leadership is severely tested.
Yes, thank you, Professor. Yes, I read the news as well yesterday. I think the one mobile company will have fully machine to do their job in next year. That's a bit scary, though.
That is scary. Oh, I find it very scary.
Okay, now please, Professor Abdul Jalil to put his perspective on the same questions. Professor, you have been mute. Can you please unmute your microphone? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Will it change our lives forever? Again, it's a very difficult question to answer, but it will change to a certain extent. In fact, we can also see the change now. For example, I've not seen my students for a long time, right? I mean, face to face, but I've been in contact with them. So I think this will go on, maybe not fully online, but probably it'll be blended now from now onwards, because there is some comfort in doing it online. Okay. Number two, a lot of officers have already started doing work from home, and they feel more comfortable doing work from home, and some companies have decided to close their offices. Okay, as some companies have started to give all their employees a PC, you go home and do work from home. So these overhead things and all these lessons. Okay? So some things are here to stay. But will things go back to normal? That is an answer, that is a difficult thing to answer. Will things go back to how it was? I don't think it will go back to how it was. I think COVID has taught us a very good lesson that we need to take care of ourselves better. Don't take things for granted. Okay, like now, for example, there's still a lot of some people running around not wearing their masks and things like that. Okay, when it comes to leadership, again, like I said just now, leaders need to change how they think. For example, a leader during a crisis may not be a good leader when the crisis is over, and then you talk about development. Okay, so he may not be a good leader. It means not a futuristic leader, not an architect leader to think about the future and how we can overcome the future. So sometimes leaders need to change how they look at things. And some, like what Prof. Turner said, one leader at this time may not be the right person for another time. Okay, so we need to look at that, and then we need to see whether, like I said earlier, how do they look at issues like unemployment, how they mitigate all the problems that has occurred during the crisis, how are they going to put things back into on track. But it's not going to be easy. Okay, you need a strong leadership to push things through. We need to really have a strategic plan on how we are going to improve the economy. All countries will be affected by the economy. Like I said, most countries except for China that I've read, they are all growth is going to be negative. Okay, how are we going to overcome all this? So a person who can think about the future and how to improve the economy of the future, not a person who thinks about crisis. Crisis is over. If it ends soon, right? But it doesn't seem to be like that. But then we have to start moving forward even during the crisis now. Okay, the crisis is no more an excuse. If it's here to stay, it's here to stay. So let's move forward. Okay, let's put our thoughts together. And my advice to politicians, maybe it's just a Malaysian politician or Indonesian, I'm not sure. Please put politics aside. Please think about the people. If you just, like for example, what's happening in US now, it's not going anywhere. They're just fighting against each other. It's like open war between Democrats and the Republicans. I've never seen like that before in my life following the US elections. Okay, I mean, the first debate was a disaster. And then they're going to have another one on Malaysian time tomorrow morning. So I don't know how that's going to. Let's put politics aside. It's time. Okay? The pandemic is bad, but we need to improve. Put politics aside and put the rakyat. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Jalil. So insightful. And yes, we're not putting our crystal ball, but this is academic crystal ball. We can predict and we can learn from the past. Is a question line up already in the chat box? Okay, Naomi. I thought Naomi was the okay. Naomi, please. The space is yours. The space is yours, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Maybe I want to ask specifically to Professor Mark Turner because he explained about the leadership models earlier. Regarding the leadership models, is it possible for the countries that are already in bad conditions in terms of the cases, that the high number of deaths and etc., to apply the good leadership model and actually improve the condition of the country? Or is it too late? Or maybe maybe it's never too late to do something? Thank you. That's all my question.
Okay, it's a very, very interesting question. That it's, one would say at one level that yes, that if you've applied a leadership model which hasn't proved effective, then if you change to an alternative leadership model, then you could perhaps be more effective if you follow what has been good practice elsewhere. But there's two things I'd qualify that with. First is you've got to have other systems, other factors in alignment. You see, for instance, if you have a situation that Professor Jalil just referred to in the States when Democrats and Republicans are at war, and that there's many Republicans who say it doesn't exist, you know, they don't wear masks as a sort of something of defiance, as something taking away our freedoms. Well, combating that with anything but a very, what I would say, authoritarian style leadership is going to be difficult. I do think you can change, but I think it's very difficult. And I think for some countries, it does get a bit too late because of the amount of infections there actually is. I mean, you can improve things like having, I mean, in the UK, my sister lives in the UK, in Manchester, which has just been yesterday put up to the highest level of restrictions in the UK, level 3. But she's telling me, well, you know, we're confused about whether we can do this and confused about that. People come on television and then they don't know, and then we don't know. And so you can improve things like this quite easily. That should be relatively straightforward. So it's too late, obviously, to amend what has been done, but yes, you can always make improvements.
Thank you, Prof. Turner. Naomi, is it, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, I have some question in chat box. I will allow you to ask your question directly. So I will allow, can't hear the properly. Koko Komarudin at first to ask the question directly, perhaps. Okay, while waiting, Pak Koko, please, the space is yours. You're still being mute, Pak Koko. Could you please unmute yourself?
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Could you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, please.
Thank you very much for this question. I would like to ask question. I think to all panelists' perspective, the first one that COVID-19 is as an example, uncertain situation that we are struggle to cope with the situation, even the superpower country. My question then, how to anticipate the uncertain situation in the future? And then the next question, how to build national resilience that can be ready in uncertainty situation, perhaps in different case. I mean, not the case COVID anymore, but different situation, the impact as the same as COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Koko. I will ask all the speakers to give their perspective on these questions. So at first, I will ask Professor Mirta to ask this question.
Thank you, Pak Iga. Before I answer Pak Koko's question, there was someone, I think Pak Arman Shah, yeah, up there in the chat, yang haven't been answered. I think it is similar question too. So Arman Shah asked whether the lifestyle from conventional to virtual, and what is going to happen, is it going to be more individual lifestyle? No, we are not going to be more individual. But we still being social, but different kind of social life. So is it going to change the human character? Well, anthropology see it as especially bioanthropology, yeah. We are living in a population, and we have culture. Perhaps it overlaps one to another, and the human character is going to change because it's like survival of the fittest. We are going to survive when we can adapt well. So yes, we will have a different kind of social life. It is going to be different, but we still a social being. The culture will have the good practice because we have survived for 2 million years. So we know how to survive so far, and we will try to survive longer. And our species survive because one of the reasons is because we have good practice in our culture. Of course, it's different from one place to another. Depends on the environment, and then we will have that good practice being applied so that we will be survive. So that's the perspective from anthropology. Well, how to cope with this? Because it's so uncertain, a bit scary. Well, very scary. How to cope? How to anticipate? Right now, after 2 million years, we have good brain, and we also still have instinct. Of course, not as strong as other species, but our instinct is still there. If we use it well, our brain, the intelligence of human being, we will be able to survive. Because right now, virus is very difficult to, it's difficult to win the war. But like I said, we already had several pandemic in the past, and some of them from virus too. We survived in the past, and hopefully we will survive this one too. But of course, there will be many. We will lose the life of our families and friends. Humans are so adaptable, so we will learn using our brain and our instinct. And then how we build the national resilience. Well, we need very good strategy. And to have that good strategy, we need to learn from each other. So as a nation, we need to learn from other countries. But of course, we cannot apply it as it is, because every culture is different, like I said. So we will apply it accordingly to our local culture. So we need to listen to various scientists to do that good strategy to overcome this pandemic. That's my my point of view, Dr. Iga. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Mirta. Indeed, it's difficult and scary and also uncertain situation. Nobody will, can predict what will happen next. But probably I'm not asking Professor Turner to put the crystal ball, but still to give his perspective on this. The time is yours, Professor Turner.
Yeah, I'd like to say a couple of things here. And the first is, yeah, we're always facing uncertainty. There's just greater uncertainty or less uncertainty, and we have to adapt. It's been part of human history, that's an adaptation. But can we build some resilience? Well, yes, we can to these things, these viruses, that we can be more prepared for them. I mean, you saw in the United States, for instance, where President Trump had canceled the funding for an initiative, I think of President Obama's, which was about preparedness for viruses such as this. And so by cancelling that, they reduce the effectiveness of the response. So we can, because we can learn what is it that worked, what was needed, what was essential. So we can take lessons from this if we choose to. As Professor Jalil said earlier, but then politics can get in the way. That what are the basis of decisions? And anybody who thinks that decisions are made on an entirely objective basis needs to rethink that. Often decisions are based on other factors and not just a sort of an objective and a utilitarian point of view. And I'd just like to add to what Professor Mirta Ataria said before. I was just musing on, changes which take place. Well, I mean, in Australia, we've been, one would say, one of the countries which has managed COVID pretty well. We had that sort of second spike in Victoria, which is going down, but our number of cases and the death figures are very good by world standards. And here where I live in Canberra, we haven't had a case for, I don't know, 2 months or more, 2 months probably, at least we haven't had a case. And certain things are back to how they were before. I mean, yes, there are fewer people allowed into restaurants, but restaurants are all open. There's people, I mean, doing many of the things that they did before. There are variations on that, but then you can get profound changes. One of them is, and where is this going, we don't know, universities, which the speakers are from. One of the immediate impacts in Australian universities was, of course, that international students couldn't come to Australia. And now, when you've had a business model which has assumed that you're going to get large numbers of international students, up to about 40% of income of universities comes from international students. Bang, one thing happens and that's gone. And so there's very, very few, only a few who are here, already hadn't gone home. So massive cuts. What has resulted in this? Well, first thing is, as Professor Ataria said, we're delivering online. We don't see our students at the moment, but that'll come back. But whether it comes back in a hybrid form is another matter. But do the international students come back? Well, that is unknown. What universities are struggling with now is big job losses. Lots of people are taking redundancies or just being offloaded. There's thousands of job losses across the university sector. Research is badly affected because can you go there and do research? Is the money available for research? So universities are going to come out of this looking quite quite different. As an example of an industry which is going to change, universities, higher education is one which is going to change a great deal, I think. We can see some of the ways in which it will be going. You see, on I think something that Professor Jalil said before, just if I can add, pushing things together, people, worked at home. So, I mean, I'm at home at the moment. I can now go into the office, but there's no teaching in the university. But will we get everybody going back into the classes? People worked at home more generally. I have two sort of children who work in the public service in Canberra, and one has worked at home for 6 months now, I think. She's been working at home with the computer on the kitchen table. And I have a son who works 1 week in the office. They have half the staff in, 1 week at home. And so we have this. And then what people are asking, is this going to be like it is? And then you get sort of other questions coming up like, well, if people are working at home, aren't they subsidizing their employer, the space, the electricity? So the tax department has had to make allowances for working at home very suddenly. So you get these changes taking place and you think, well, and so this is when, you say, what is the new normal? We don't know, but you can see quite profound changes in the way we work. But do we go back? Property owners must be cringing where they've got big office buildings and nobody there. Not good for business. They're dying for everybody to go back into there. But then employers might say, this has worked quite well. It's cut our costs. We've become more efficient. Therefore, this looks like the way to go. We'll just give everybody a computer and they can work from home. So just a few rather random thoughts there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Yeah, Prof. Jalil, please. You're saying about resilience in your, statement. Yeah.
Well, how do you anticipate things like this? Well, you have to be vigilant. Okay, you have to be vigilant what's happening around you. Okay, you have to be really vigilant. Look what's happening around you, and then you can anticipate what's going to happen. For example, COVID, right? We knew that there was something going on in China. And now we also know that we have tourists from all over the world, right? And for example, in Malaysia, we have tourists from China. That is one of our biggest income. Tourism is from the Chinese, okay, who visit Malaysia. They were our number one, okay, number of tourists coming to Malaysia. But we must be vigilant. What's happening? But in Malaysia, I think we stopped tourism too late. Okay, when it's already bad. Okay, so maybe we did not anticipate it to travel so fast. Okay? But at the same time, when this type of things happen, the Ministry of Health should also get ready for this type of issues. And Alhamdulillah, in Malaysia, we started getting ready in January. Okay, that means before the thing came into Malaysia, but we did not anticipate too well it coming in. Okay, so you have to be vigilant what's happening around you. Okay, this is a globalized world. Okay, people travel a lot. Okay, so things will just change within the minute. Okay, so you have to be very, very careful. Okay, look what's happening around you. You cannot isolate yourself from what's happening in the outside world. Okay, and you must be able to anticipate what's happening. Not only this coronavirus, even economically. Okay, for example, if something happens in China, how is it going to impact your economy? If something happens in the US, how is it going to impact your economy? Okay, these are the two giants, right? Whereby when they people say when they sneeze, we get a cold, right? Okay, because we are so dependent on these superpowers. But then again, like what happened, even superpowers make mistakes, right? I think the virus issue is now very serious in the US, and also now the second or third wave is coming to Europe. Okay, so maybe their anticipation was also not good. Okay, for example, I mean, no point talking about Donald Trump. Everybody knows what happened there, right? But even in other countries, okay, they did not anticipate. And yesterday, when I read the news, Ireland was going into their second lockdown. Okay, and they were also talking like what Malaysia was talking. If there's going to be another lockdown, a lot of businesses are going to shut down for good. Okay, because they cannot take the loss anymore, even after the first shutdown. So these are the things that you should anticipate. Okay, now with the virus, now you must anticipate what's going to happen in your own country and what's going to happen in other countries. Okay, for example, Huawei, when US banned Huawei, we were affected because some companies were producing products for Huawei. So these are the things that you need to anticipate. Okay, so you need to know what's happening around you, politically, economically, socially, right? These are the things that you need to sit down, be vigilant, and see how things are going to affect your country. So you need to anticipate. So in order to anticipate, you need to be vigilant, and you must see the interconnection of things. Okay, I hope I've answered that question. Well, building national resilience. What can I say? This has got to do with anticipation as well. Okay, and how do you build national resilience? Okay, one of the ways you can build national resilience is by getting the correct information. Okay, and understanding the information that is collected. Okay, for example, when you wear the mask, it's not much for you, but it's for others, so that you don't spread it to others. Okay, mask is not going to help you much because your eyes are also opened, right? So it can get through your eyes and things like that. So mask is for others, right? So how are you going to build this kind of resilience? And how are you going to, for example, when you talk about resilience, how are you going to be impacted by what's happening outside and also what's happening inside? Okay, so everything is, like I said, interconnected, and you need to understand. So how are you going to make people understand? So this is the role of leaders again. Okay, so it goes back to the issue of trust. Do people trust their leaders? Do we trust the information that we are getting from our leaders? Okay, so if we can build this trust, okay, like what Prof. Turner said, and what Dr. Nitya said, if we can build this kind of trust, then I think there will be no issue with resilience. Okay, but of course, when we talk about resilience, we have to talk about the economy of the people. Okay, how are they going to sustain it? There's a lot of things intertwined in it when you talk about resilience. Okay, maybe I've left more questions than answers this time. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Iga,
Yes, Prof. Mirta.
can I add a little bit?
Oh, yeah, sure. The time is yours.
Thanks. It was very interesting when Prof. Turner and Prof. Abdul Jalil talked about the leaders. I would like to add something to that because, like he said just now, trust is very important. And in the anthropology point of view, right here in Indonesia, we have that pattern client, right? So, for example, how do our leaders here in Indonesia convince the people about what's the best to do? It's not very successful so far because at the beginning, well, if you remember back then, months ago, some of our leaders said, "Oh, don't worry, we're not going to be contacted by COVID. It's very hot here. The virus will not live, and we will be fine." You see, So we are late in overcoming this problem, because at the beginning, at the point of view of our leaders, mostly were like that. So in anthropology, we have patron-client, and then one good example is in Yogyakarta. So it is relatively very easy for the people in Yogyakarta to know what's best thing to do, because they obey their sultan. Whatever the sultan says, it's most likely the people will obey. So it is relatively easier for us to handle this kind of thing in Yogyakarta compared to Surabaya, for example. And then in Madura, the best thing to do is, because they don't have sultan, but they obey the religious leaders, the kiai. So we need to use them. I mean, not using in a negative way, but in a positive way, because if we're not late in using these leaders, for example, in Madura, the kiai, then it's not going to be this bad. So we have to know the particular characteristic of culture to influence the people, so that they could trust to the leader who is in charge in having what kind of decision to do to overcome this pandemic. Thank you, Dr. Iga.
Thank you, Professor Taria. We still have long lineup in the chat box of the questions, but we still have a limited time. Not sure until what time we will have the time, Agi or Febi. While waiting for the confirmation how long we have for this question, for this discussion, might allow Bu Ana to ask the question first from Lipi, and maybe the rest of the question I will read the question from the chat box. Bu Ana, the time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Moderator. My question about beside leadership, I think in Indonesia many disinformation in media and social media. So how many experience this, and maybe some any experience from the Malaysia or in other country or city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Ana. This information becoming a common issue in almost all countries. So we know about infodemic. So many information that we can clarify, and then becoming another issues for us. Pandemic itself is only one issue, and then we got infodemic. So how about experience in Malaysia, perhaps, for example, Professor Jalil?
Sorry, because I have got a noisy background. I could not hear the question well. Can you please repeat it?
Yeah, I will read the question from the chat box. How about the disinformation? How the leader should manage the information? Because we have a problem on disinformation. You know, the fake news, hoax news, all around the world, and how we can manage, how we expect the leader can manage that issue.
Okay, I think fake news is here to stay, right? Especially with the social media now, right? I mean, we receive fake news almost all the time. Okay, but we have got a body now whereby you can go to the website and check, and then they will say whether all the information is fake or not. Okay, so that has helped a lot. Okay, whereby we can go and see. But fake news is here to stay with the social media now. Okay, so that is why you have to verify whatever news that you get. Okay, from the relevant authorities. So if you want to forward something, make sure that it is verified. Okay, fake news is something that I think we will have to live with it. Okay, for quite some time. But like I said, verify whatever information that you get. Do not just forward things as you wish. As you forward things, it'll get bigger. I mean, it's just like COVID. Like one person gets, then 2, 3, 4, it'll just spread just like that. Okay, but it's difficult. It's difficult to overcome fake news now. Okay, I think that's going to be one of the challenges that the government will face. Okay, whether it's fake or not. In fact, I think all of us, okay, have this thing. This is where the fake news comes from. All right, but I guess we have to live with it. Okay, we have to live with it, and that is one issue that I think the government will have to really think about. But again, when you talk about fake news, and then when you go talk about government regulations, I'm afraid that another thing will occur. More restrictions by the government, so much so that it will restrict the freedom of speech. So that is another balancing act that you need to be careful about. Okay, otherwise the whatever news that we give will be restricted. So this is a very, very delicate issue when we talk about fake news and real news. Okay, but like I said, that's very difficult to eliminate. And if we want to eliminate, how do we eliminate it? But at the same time, we do not restrict the freedom of speech. Okay, right? I hope I have answered the question.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Jalil. And the next, maybe Prof. Artaria first to answer the question, because it's quite similar with Malaysia. Indonesia also facing huge disinformation problems.
Okay. In my opinion, well, use you, Dr. Iga, to overcome that. Well, okay. Disinformation, controlled media. Media, Dr. Iga, it's your field of study. Well, in every country, we need to make the minister of communication and other ministers to work better. And like I said, they should use the scientists. And I'm going to answer the question of Ibu Sidrotul Naim later related to that too. If we put every minister in charge to a good work and they use the scientists to listen to, they will try to learn how to overcome this. I mean, the bad information, the fake information is still there, like Prof. Abdul Jalil said, but we have to learn how to overcome that fake information to spread and balance it with the right information. And that is the field of study of Dr. Iga to do that, right? That's what I meant. So, okay, I think I'm going to speak about, try to answer the question of Ibu Sidrotul Naim too, because it's related. Why I said use the scientists, listen to them. I mean, I'm not going to say that our society is very scientific. Well, I think worldwide, every society is not scientific. Like we like to listen to the stories of ghosts, movies of tuyul, kuntilanak in Indonesia is very, very popular, right? So we're not very scientific. Our society is not. But the leader should, even though the leader is not from the scientific background, but they need to listen to their scientists. The leaders have to that point of view, because they wouldn't know the details of every aspect of one problem. For example, related to the pandemic COVID-19, they need to listen to the public health people. They need to listen to anthropologists. They need to listen to the historian. What happened to the history of human being, like my outline at that time. So, and also the people from the communication department, Dr. Iga. Why? Because they know how to deliver messages effectively, efficiently, you see. But so far, our leaders do not do that well, not yet. Even the psychologists, how to change the behavior. You see, public health, anthropologist, historian, communication. You see, we need to listen to them all. Otherwise, we cannot overcome this problem very well. That's my point of view, Dr. Iga. Thank you.
Thank you for the blaming shelter, yeah. but yeah, it's true. It is actually part of the duty, and just we need to find the right person on the right place. Professor Turner, could you please share your perspective on these issues?
Okay, I'll give you a sort of a few ideas on it. I can't say that this will be coherent, but as I think Professor Jalil put his finger on something I wanted to say as well, and that is, you've got fake news. It's there, it's a reality. We live with it on a daily basis. But when you start then trying to, how do you deal with it? Dealing with it with restrictions is a very slippery path down which you can go. And then you find that you're invading upon people's human rights, freedom of speech, and all of these things. So it's problematic. It's problematic. So you could look at it another way and say, well, what we want is people to go to news sources, broadcasters of news, who are trustworthy. So we're back to the idea of trust. I'll give you an example from Australia, where that was absolutely crystal clear this year. In the end of the year, December, January, we had these devastating bushfires, which we'd never got into Canberra, but it was licking at the edges, and New South Wales was ablaze, sometimes 100, 200 kilometers long fire front. Now, where did everybody go to get their news? Everybody would tune in to the Australian Broadcasting Service, the ABC. Everybody would use that because everybody trusted it for the news that it would give, and the conciseness, the clarity, and the credibility of it. So you can build trustworthiness in news sources, but you also need to educate people. Now, one of the things that has struck me about fake news, what seems to me to be the craziest place in the world is also the richest country in the world, where fake news, conspiracy theories of the craziest kind seem to get acceptability. And I find it quite bewildering that this happens. So on the one hand, you've got, your great universities, and on the other hand, you have people saying the most ridiculous things and others believing them. That's the, and so education is at the root of this. But then you come to the problem, always practicalities, implementation. How do you educate? What sort of education that is needed? And that I would have to sort of think a lot more about. You're back to effectiveness. What would be effective? How could you sort of manage to do this? Because you want to maintain freedoms, you want to maintain those human rights, those basic things that we enjoy living in our societies, and not sort of, it's like there's an expression in English, which is throwing the baby out with the bathwater, that you try to solve a problem and you create another bigger one there. So I think that's a sort of, not a coherent response, but some ideas which contribute to that.
Thank you, Professor Turner, for the perspective. I got notification from the committee. We have very limited time at the moment, and we have to stop at 11:30 because we have to continue to move forward to another programs. I really apologize to participants who already read the question on the chat box. Pak Vicky, Pak Nabia, Bu Nabia, and yes, some other participants. I'm really sorry I can't read all the questions because we have very limited time. And thank you, Professor Artaria, Professor Turner, and Professor Jalil for the perspective. This is the difficult time indeed. This is uncertain time indeed. But we need to cope with this issue, as you say, and we need to learn from the good practices that we see from the leaders, from the people around us, for our humanity. For the maybe after the pandemic, maybe it can change our perspective to see human, to see ourselves, and to see people around us. Thank you again for your great perspective, Professor Turner, Professor Ataria, and Professor Jalil. And thank you again for all the participants who raised the question, and really sorry to the one who couldn't get the space for the questions. And I give the virtual space back to Agita.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, thank you to everyone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Igak Satria, and all the keynote speakers. So before we proceed to the next session, we will take a picture together. So please kindly turn on your video camera so we can take a picture together, okay? Okay. So get yourself ready by now. 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more time, okay? 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everyone. So now, before we enter the break session that will end at 12:30 p.m. GMT +7 or Waktu Indonesia Barat, let me explain the next agenda after the break, the panel sessions. So before we enter the panel sessions, all participants will be divided into 7 separated breakout rooms. So there, the presentation will be conducted separately at the same time, and each room will be facilitated by a committee and a moderator. Therefore, make sure you have checked your presentation schedule and listed in the abstract room. The panel session will begin at 12:30 p.m. GMT +7 or Waktu Indonesia Barat. For the non-presenting audience, please kindly ask the committee if you wish to enter a certain room, or you can drop a request on the chat feature. So see you after the break session. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Turner. Thank you, Bu Mirta. Thank you, Prof. Jalil.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hey, let's get to the point. You may want to know a little bit about us. Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Airlangga. And Caca will start.
We are here. Yep, Surabaya, as the second biggest city in Indonesia, is a very nice city and an easy access to go anywhere. So, pack your bag.
Growing since 1977, now we have 13 programs for you to pick. For undergraduate program, you can choose among public administrations, anthropology, sociology, international relations studies, communication studies, political studies, or information and library studies.
Or maybe you've got your bachelor degree and you want to learn more. For that, we offer you 5 postgraduates on international relations, media and communications, public policy, politics, and sociology.
And if that's not enough, our doctorate program on social sciences is ready to accept you.
That's right.
Our lecturers are great. 56 of them are master, 39 of them are doctors, and 13 of them are excellent professors. And all of them are ready to assist you at any turn of your study, inside our 21 classroom or even outside the campus.
And not only that, our facilities are designed to support your learning process. They are up-to-date library, ethnography museum, mini theater, computer lab, radio lab, and all kinds of social and political lab just for you.
We are here with tons of achievement and hundreds of partnerships in national and international level, selecting more than 13,000 applicants each year, and one of them could be you.
But then you wonder, what could I become after all of them? Well, let me tell you, chances are in the air. Ranging from researchers, writers, scholars, journalists, lecturers, diplomats, and more.
One of our alumni had been a minister?
Oh, and a governor.
Yeah, all of that, all the good jobs.
So, what are you waiting for? Join us, study hard, and be part of more than 20,000 alumni that are making changes, making the world a lot better place.
ICoCSPA next year.
Our legacy is not
cek Mas Bramatyo ini di room 2 tentang civic participation ya Mas?
Lah kan mau pulang. Tapi lama ya keluar saya. Rumah jauh. Jauh. Bilang channel.
Gimana pun tetap update. Belum. Nah, itu yang pertama. Benar, baik. Oh, operator. Oke. Berat. Ini yang mana ya? Mana? Itu yang luar. Itu nomor telepon saya. Tidak pakai ini ya. Oke. Oke. Jadi pakai terus ini kalau nomor berapa?
Panitia.
Oh. Bisa ya? Bisa. Sekarang 100 orang banyak sampai ke. Wah.
Saya bisa ke room 2.
Oh iya, Pak Ijus masih ada yang masuk ke nanya ya belum dapat apa? Assalamualaikum. Halo. Assalamualaikum.
Ibu masuk ruangan berapa ya?
Aduh, aku nggak tahu. Pokoknya saya menggantikan Bu Yuyun dengan Bu Dina nanti. Bu Dina nanti juga akan join juga.
Oke, bentar ya Ibu ya, aku cariin dulu.
Bu Yuyun, nggih, matur nuwun.
Santi. Ibu sebagai presenter atau apa ya Bu? Peserta?
Gimana?
Ibu sebagai peserta ya atau?
Iya Mas, jadi bukan. Kan papernya Bu Yuyun itu kan hasil penelitian kami bertiga, saya, Bu Dina, dan Bu Yuyun. Bu Yuyun nggak bisa present hari ini karena ada webinar yang harus diisi sama Bu Yuyun, jadi minta tolong untuk kami berdua untuk menggantikan presentasinya.
Subtemanya apa ya Ibu? Biar saya masukkan ke subtemanya.
Aduh, saya tak ceknya dulu ya, bentar.
Ya, ini soalnya lagi dibagi ke subtema-subtemanya.
Ya, maafkan saya. Civic participation in the times of crisis. Ruang 2.
Oke.
2. Oke. Nanti Bu Dina juga mau join ya, Mas?
Iya, Ibu.
Ya, thank you, thank you.
Civic participation ya, Ibu ya?
Kenapa?
Civic participation ya?
Yes, yes.
Oke.
Oh, Bu Dina nanti present loh.
Iya, Ibu.
Oke, Mike.
Halo Ibu Dina.
Saya harus masuk ke room 6 ya katanya?
Ya ini saya masukin ya Ibu, bentar ya.
Boleh.
Udah, tolong diasep Ibu. Sama Bu Santi tadi kalau nggak salah.
Iya, maaf ya terlambat.
Oke.
Ya, oke.
Halo, Mbak.
Iya.
Ya. Saya Hamka ini kok keluar otomatis ya dari room A1.
Bentar, aku masukin lagi ya Mas ya.
Oh iya ya.
Room 1 ya?
Iya. Makasih Mas.
Yuk.
Our legacy.
Thank you to all the moderators that have guided the panel session. So here we are at the final agenda, the closing. Now, last but not least, is the closing remarks from the Vice Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Airlangga, Mr. Irfan Wahyudi, PhD. Time is yours.
Thank you, Agita. Hi again, everyone. And I would like to say many thanks for you to present. You have been presented your work, your ideas, your articles that has been prepared for this conference. And I congratulate that you have finished to do this and looking forward to proceed to the proceedings that prepared by the committee as well. And last but not least, I say thank you as well to the committee that has been working so hard in this conference. And I hope to see you again next year into different kind of topics. And furthermore, we can pass this challenging time in a good way and stay healthy. Thank you very much. And I hope you have a good journey, academic journey further into your best position. Thank you very much. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the closing remarks, Mr. Irfan Wahyudi. So thus concluding the International Conference on Contemporary Social and Political Affairs, ICoCSPA 2020 today. Now, I am Agita Nurfazria as the Master of Ceremony. Apologize if there are any wrong words or actions, and thank you to all the excellency distinguished guests, delegates, and all the participants. Please let us know your impressions by giving your impression. Could be by raising your hand, thumbs up, or giving love emoticons. We hope to see you again at the International Conference on Contemporary Social and Political Affairs in 2021. See you all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thanks, everyone.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Mr. Vice Dean.
Thank you. Thank you, Mas Linggar.
Thank you, Mr. Putu.
Thank you everyone for the participation. Thank you for the support. Love you all. Thank you very much.
Love you all.
Thank you very much to all participants. And also, we remind you to submit the full version of your article no more than a week after this conference. And we encourage you to keep in touch with us for the publication process. And thank you.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you. I leave.